Well, for my one viewer, I'm trying to figure out how to invite the other computer, the single other computer that I want involved in this broadcast, to be involved. And it seems to be problematic. We'll figure it out. They do this every day. We'll figure out how to do it. So just stand by. We'll figure out how it's done. Just going to take a few minutes. Don't get too bored. Or you might want to go away and check back later. It's up to you. Fucking huzzah! Look at that.
Oh
Can you
yeah.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me,
Good.
Jesse?
Yep. I can hear Jesse too. Who all we got there so far?
Just us.
Oh, there we go. The early bird gets the worm. Okay. I need you to read me the the code for do you have TeamViewer on that computer?
Just loading it now.
Okay. When the time comes, I'm going to need the password for that computer.
Okay, well, I got it open now.
Okay.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead.
So the ID.
I've got the ID. I just need the password.
Okay, so 315.
315.
RWM, all lowercase.
Okay, good.
You got it.
What the hell is that? And why are they ringing the fucking the door?
I don't know.
The door might be jammed for some people.
It's a little sticky. Probably swollen.
Yeah, that always happens. Okay, now I've got to figure out how to fucking do that thing.
You're getting the.
Yeah, getting the echo again. But I remember how to do this.
Yeah, it's just in the options.
I just got to. Options. Where is it again?
Actually, it's becoming less somewhat rapidly.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Come on, we knew how to do this.
No.
Oh, there it is. Audio setting.
There was a camera up.
Am I still feedback? I'm not still feedback. Oh, wait a minute. What's that?
I don't hear any feedback.
Okay, I don't hear any feedback either. Yay! Little by little, we become less little. Okay. There we go. That's taken care of. That's taken care of.
I would assume Craig's going to be here. Adam's not.
Yeah, Adam's not going to be here for the month. His work is getting super hectic. How well can you hear me? Am I coming through strong, or am I weak, or what?
It's real clear. Perfect.
Yeah.
Good. You guys are coming through too. But when the time comes, what I'm going to have you do, Dan, is I'm going to have you turn the laptop. Try to get you guys sort of facing a sort of almost like a little amphitheater where most of you are sitting. Not necessarily changing the way you sit, but trying to find a way to put the laptop in such a way that the camera can see all of you, even if it's just a little bit. The microphone is going to be a bit of a different thing. The microphone, if it's at all possible, I'd like you to locate it as centrally as possible, keeping in mind that the microphone is going to work best in a 180 degree facing. So it may be that the best thing to do is to just put the microphone beside the laptop. I don't know, because I can't actually see it. But the whole idea is to try to take in as many of your voices and as many of your faces as possible. So yeah. I'll let you sort that out for best effect.
We might utilize if we don't need it, the bench.
Well, what I was thinking of is
Up on the laptop.
if we put the laptop at that end,
Yeah, we could do that too.
then we've got a nice big open space where people can sit here as opposed to trying to fit in the back.
I'm used to everyone sitting on the side of the table because Gus always sits over there, but we have so much flexibility. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Good. Now, we're broadcasting live. What does that basically mean? It means that it's going out on my YouTube channel. So live and direct. So Jesse, keep your dick in your pants, and because otherwise Angela's going to go over there.
I might have to do a little show.
So if I can get
only for you guys. Only for you.
It's not only for me, you nitwit. It's broadcast across the land.
You got to put it up on Twitch. And then we can have the full spectrum nudity, and then you can get instantly banned from Twitch.
That's not a new experience for me, being instantly banned from somewhere. Surprisingly,
Instantly banned from a gaming-related website.
It's a shock, I know, but
the real question is whether or not he's ever discovered that somebody has already pre-banned him before he can even show up.
I keep hands are hard. Yeah. I don't really like that idea. Are you just gonna move all your stuff down there and I can sit here?
Well, we'll see how much we can capture. So you can see the feed from the webcam, right?
Yep, I can see it just fine. I see Angela and Jesse, and I see you, but I only see your. I see a relatively narrow corridor. I see your hand, Dan, and that's about all I see.
I can't. You can't see this seat very well.
No, I can't see it at all, actually.
From down here, because where my arm is waving is where the seat.
Your arm might as well be gone. So.
Let's see.
What if we put it at, that kind of limits us too.
We'll see what happens when I sit here, whether that blocks.
I actually think we're all right on that side of the table, particularly if you...
Yeah, actually, where you guys are sitting right now, I can see just enough of you that it'll work.
Yeah.
Especially you, Angela, lovely as always. And I like the pigtails. They suit you. Yeah, so... the only other thing
I can't sit on this end of the table with my legs.
Now can you guys move the Nessie down so that the back of the Nessie is facing now whose laptop is that? Is that Jesse's laptop?
My laptop here.
Okay. Well, you wanna turn that around so that it's the back of not the laptop. My microphone. You want to move my mic? Okay, you could because then it'll bear. I don't know. Jesse might hear it. I don't know, or it might hear Jesse. We'll see. There's a red switch at the base of the back of the microphone. Is it in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it should hear you okay. I'm concerned that because Angela's quieter by nature, it might not pick her up that well.
It's right next to her.
If it's over there, so.
Testing. How's that coming through?
Not as well as I would like, but it's not that I can't hear you at all. Worst comes to worst, I'll turn up the gain, but that doesn't do anything for your particular voice. So we may have to experiment with microphone placement throughout the Hangout, but so far I can hear you guys well enough for government work.
We're going to have to police our who's talking when anyway. So, I mean, hopefully only one person at the same time is going to be talking.
Is it possible actually to move the microphone down near Angela? Like maybe on the other side of Angela's, such that it's pointed towards you guys from Angela's vantage point?
So this way?
Yeah. Because that way I will be guaranteed to hear Angela, and you old thunderthroat at the other end of the table, I'll definitely hear you.
Yeah,
I could hear you if you went to the fucking can, so. All right, now we just have to wait for everybody else, and while we're doing that, why don't we pass out all the usual paraphernalia: flags, bells, whistles, tassels. While that's going on, I suppose I should get a more appropriate icon for my my picture here.
What, you want something Star Warsy?
Yeah, I probably should get away from Star Trek in a Star Wars game hangout, I'm thinking. Just a thought.
Well, if we roll the game in derp, we could have them both at the same time.
I want you to strike yourself somewhere in the head. Attaboy. I like them when they're biddable.
No, I deserve every striking.
for that awful.
Okay. Let's see if we can get a. Hey, I know. I just found some nifty pictures not too long ago. Let's see if we can.
Two copies of Talon.
There we go. Wait a minute.
You don't want to see.
There we go. Much better.
After us.
It's 10 XP per game, right?
No.
Random?
Well, a specific amount was handed out last game. I can't. I can crack the logs and tell you if you want.
I'm just trying to remember if I updated my character sheet properly after last game.
I think I'm going to hang on to the XP, but we'll check. Nope, I'm currently sitting on 15.
Okay. I think I spent everything last game and then added to it. So yeah, I think I added.
Right. I couldn't decide, and then I had other things. And it was like this morning or yesterday or something before I wondered about whether or not I should have maybe spent that attempting to find something useful to dump it into, but I wasn't sure what to do with it. And there are things that it's useful to have a bit more for, because there are some things that I've been wanting that cost more than 15.
You mean like an extra point of stat?
I just dumped a bunch of points into talents.
Or actually making my astrogation better.
Yeah, there's the current massive fight going on in the forum is whether or not the game should actually be changed to allow you to buy attributes with XP after character creation. That's the big thing we're rifling back and forth across the forum now.
I suppose if you made a hefty fee as far as XP is concerned, it might not, like, it's like considerable experience.
On the other hand, they have provided a mechanism for you to upgrade it when you get.
It just requires a lot of experience to be put in.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can only do it once per career tree.
Yeah.
So the mechanism exists.
But the point is you're eventually going to run out of, or it'll just be untenable for you to go after certain skill points.
Yeah, because you've got you've got your initial, so that's about, I think, 90, 95, 100 experience to get down there. Then you have to pay 20 more points.
Depending on the tree.
Yeah, let's assume you can go on a straight down, which most of them can't. You've got to go straight down and then across and over. Then you got to pay 20 points to get another specialization. And then you got to do that all over again. And I think they were saying that it's after about 500 points, your character should be retired. So you're not getting a lot of stat ever.
Yeah, 600 points is usually what they say.
Systems I played with kind of don't make it particularly easy to upgrade a stat. So you set the stats at the start and they change a little bit maybe, and then it's all.
But most games are easier than this one. This one has a lot of blocks.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, take the minimum value of grabbing a skill point out of the tree and just saying, hey, if you want to spend this much money or this much XP, and just forego everything else because whatever, go ahead and do it.
This is horribly out of date.
Well, if you've got access to an updated copy, you can use one of these to make marks on.
Oh, I think it's on my tablet. And it might not actually be what we're going to date. To investigate. Just do his Teams big thing there, or his team viewer. Control the computer.
Or is it? We're viewing his desktop, aren't we?
Nope, that's ours.
Oh, okay.
He can see ours. We cannot see his.
Yes.
He's remote access.
We got 0 viewers. Nobody loves us. You can put your pants back on, Jesse.
If there's one thing I've learned from Twitch is you have to be consistent, and you have to be fairly entertaining to get any viewers at all.
Whatever. I don't care. It's up there as a courtesy. If anybody, it's more along the lines of the fact that once it's broadcast live, it's also recorded. So
Yeah. Is it labeled properly? And
well, I've labeled the Hangout correctly. I don't know if that'll lead to a proper labeling of the recording, but I'll certainly check into it.
I don't know how YouTube works, but on Twitch they separate streams by game or subject.
Oh, I don't think YouTube goes to that trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, I may have to move from this end of the table. I'm far too tall for the seat. Also, I'm fidgety. At the best of times.
So I just got a message from Craig. As usual, he's going to be a little bit pokey. I haven't heard anything from Steven. I don't know if he's dead or what.
Oh, it has been raining.
Yep.
How about that?
Fortunately, I didn't have to travel in the rain. It only started up after I arrived.
It's supposed to rain today, but not till later. Oh, supposedly.
Gave, I think, great big thunderstorm warning and percentage, which means pretty much if the cloud cover or whatever is right, the skies will open up. for a random amount of time.
For a non-specific situation, cross-referenced with a random amount of time. Hello.
Yeah, we're still.
No, it's just Angelo looked right in the camera for a minute. And I went, "Oh, hello."
Good.
She had that look on her face, like, "Is there anybody there?" There's probably people putting comments on like, "Worst hangout ever." Ew, who are those old dudes on the hangout? Like, oh my god.
Probably having the same trouble I did with the door, or maybe not. I did try to let it not get stuck on the door frame.
Yeah, it's just a.
You can't. It's
I tried hard enough and then figured there's no way I'm budging this on my own.
Salutations.
There.
Did you get rained on much?
Just as I got off the bus, but then it stopped, so I made a dash for it.
At least I made it into the house before it rained, although
Now, to be able
the door
to
was
get
stuck,
you
so I had to
potentially on camera,
ring the bell.
we may have to grab you a chair instead of you sitting in that.
It's ultimately less important that you're on camera than that you're on microphone, but it would be nice if you were on camera, Crick.
Able to see the people you're working with is useful.
We shall do what we can. Not that it matters that Wookie is unconscious at the moment anyways.
Yeah, that's true.
Boy. Yeah.
So you're not difficult to do.
Yeah. That would be for the best.
This is why I hate summer. I always say I'm crazy when I say I hate summer, but this is why.
I don't hate summer. I hate weather.
Unfortunately, you're going to get a lot of that. Nice. Right. What's your point in coercion in athletics?
Good, some of that is currently doing you.
That's right.
Now that my laptop cord is officially wrapped. Completely wrapped.
I don't know why you just didn't snake it down this way. You did it all the way around and then through the leg.
Everything has to be.
Well, as long as it's everything, then that's fine.
Do we know what has happened to our Chiss sniper?
Not so far.
He's run afoul of another of his kind. We'll probably never know.
They are at making people disappear, Chiss.
Dirty Chiss lies.
Just specializing in chess.
I went to grab my freaking tablet and the battery was completely dead. I'm stuck with this piece of crap dice roller today.
Well, if you look at the screen, you'll see that I've put up the dice roller, or you should see that I put up the dice roller.
Yeah, I see it, but probably easier just to use my phone.
Okay.
This means I'll have to do math.
Okay. You know what you're doing, dear. You know what you're doing.
Not even God knows what I'm doing.
So, were you able to crack the archive and find out how much XP we actually got last game?
Yep. Yeah, I got that right here. Hold on.
Did we not get the XP last session?
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah, we did. We did. You guys did. We're just gonna figure out how much.
Well, no, I knew we got XP. It was just I didn't know if it was
That's
void.
interesting.
I couldn't remember.
I didn't log it. It must have been 15, but I didn't log it.
I'm pretty sure it's 15 because that's what's. I'm pretty sure I spent everything before last game, and then got.
And I didn't spend anything since last game, and my sheet says 15.
Maybe you start.
15 it is. Done and done. Bargained well and sold.
I think I've already gotten that accounted for anyway. So
Just need another 15 to get my another force point, and I can actually start buying skills.
So we have to be extra nice to Craig this week, because between his poor beloved Habs getting the shit kicked out of them repeatedly, and the 7,555 hours of raw footage that he shot for his documentary.
hey, we got picked up by an indie film festival. So
Yeah, it's going to be a festival, all right. Those fuckers will be there for a while. The French judges will be offering you money to get out of the theater. They'll be like, "S'il vous plaît, nous avons des enfants."
along with credits, I mean, come on.
Well, here's the thing, though. What was with the accent? I mean, I'm not making fun of it per se. I just what struck you
For the cooking?
yeah, what was up with that?
I don't know. We were doing the test shoot, and I just started throwing around accents, and they looked at me, and the rest of the team looked at me and said, "Are you going to do the entire show like that?" And I just sort of thought for a second, I was like, "Yeah, fuck it, why not?"
Of course, I'm going to do entire show like this. I am crazy director, man.
It was fun.
It's much easy to pretend I am like Russian softcore porno director if I speak like this. Let's go, titi titi bouncy titi titi, come on.
Now we know what Gus's calling is.
That's right.
You do it too well.
Are you kidding, Liam? I would put your ass in a softcore porno fucking faster than you'd be like, is there money in it? I'd be like, boy, howdy, you're going to be right there.
I'd be scared of Russian softcore porn because it's probably with a bear or something.
That's right.
Staged in a gulag. Ooh.
This is Sasha. This is Ludmila. Gus. Yes. They're bears. I know this.
They're
Gus.
bears.
Yeah, they're trained bears.
Oh, my God.
They will love you long time. Poor Liam.
And he's nice. When they are done, you get to cuddle with bear and stay warm.
Stay warm. But when bear wants something, you give to bear. Is no withholding.
Man, this Russian softcore got really rapey all of a sudden.
That's
I don't think this is my contract.
right.
Talk to my agent.
It says my leading ladies are supposed to look like farm equipment, not bears. Why do you give hard time when is only trying for makes helping?
Oh.
So who went to see the Age of Ultron?
Guilty.
I'm
Guilty. Like the Inquisition is asking, you know.
Yeah, no, I saw it.
To be fair, if you're going to go see a fourth Transformer movie after the first three, you're a glutton for punishment.
I've only
That's
seen
great, except that it was an Avengers movie, and
Wait, what's the? Isn't there a fourth Transformer?
it. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called though.
Okay. Maybe
yeah, it
it's
was the Avengers. It was the fourth one, the one with Marky Mark.
Oh, Mark, yeah.
not. Oh, that one.
Somebody
Right.
actually passed me my phone.
He's
Yeah, just I'm done. Actually, I'll plug it from the computer.
you grab that, Angela.
Anyway,
I
as you
can't-
can tell, I don't see movies anymore. Or pay attention to them.
It was good. I found the first 15 minutes to be a little, but
Okay.
I don't know. I don't want to give away spoilers or anything. So
Was James Spader worth it as the voice of Ultron?
yeah, I think so.
Well, that's good.
I will say this though, the personality that they gave to Ultron is not what I would remember from the comic books. But
Perception.
well, it's creative license, right? Like they can sort of change it up a little bit if they want.
And you know, the Vision was married to the Scarlet Witch, so I mean, there's little things, right?
Yeah, just little things, small things.
Well, small things. There's little things. So many things.
Maybe that'll be the romantic subplot in the next one.
There's a romantic subplot between two superheroes, and one of them always dies.
Eventually.
Eventually. Are we all here?
I don't know, Jesse. Are you all there? Jesse's like, listen, I can throw a laptop, you know.
No, is it? We're only missing Adam
We're-
and
Well, Adam's not going to be here for the next couple of sessions, and Steven, well, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him. If he doesn't show up today, I'm going to rattle his cage there tonight. He's never been very good at notifications.
Well, he's missed like the last 3 sessions, hasn't
Yeah. Well, this will be the third, actually.
he? Okay.
But he's also missed like at least half.
Yeah, I know.
Really could use that sniper rifle right now.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, a sniper on Coruscant. Yeah, nobody will notice that. Who's that guy over there taking that long bead on the end of a blaster rifle? Pay him no mind.
Well, why not? They had one in episode 2.
Yeah, but that was in the Wild Woolly days before the Empire ran everything.
Yeah.
To be fair, there are lots of tall buildings.
Okay. Somebody's jiggling my laptop because the camera's going up and down and up and down and up and down.
I'm not even touching the table.
We're going to have to build like a spring-mounted platform so that the
Get a gyro for the.
so that the camera doesn't move when Craig's got some nervous energy to release.
That's why I'm sitting over here.
Yes, remove Jesse so he wouldn't.
I'm big. I'm cumbersome and. generally
Jesse's
moving around.
cumbersome 3.
Jesse's got this look on his face like, who you calling cumbersome, you miserable? I'll give you a cumbersome. Get over here and I'll cumbersome the shit right out of you.
We're different types of cumbersome.
That's right. I'll let it go for another 15 minutes or so and then we'll get started. It's the least I can do. And as it turns out, the most I can do. Did you get a better look at the Marauder specialization? I know, Craig, last time you were wondering about that.
No, I didn't. I've got the book at home on my laptop or on my phone. I haven't much XP to spend. I really want to look at the talent trees.
Well, for purposes of if this guy gets released, put together a Marauder and in terms of,
Raw damage output.
and no, just raw soak. The
Oh,
ability to stand in the front line and take it.
yeah.
You get like 4 toughness, so you can have like +8.
That's a lot of soak. Guys like Dubaka should be interested in that kind of soak.
Well, there's also like 2 things of feral strength, which is like +2 damage to your melee combat damage.
It's
Well, we established that we can go up multiple trees, right?
Yeah.
So
Oh, already have. And we've also established based on the XP expenditure that you don't have to take a tree within your own class, but there's extra points you have to spend.
okay. Yeah. Makes sense.
Same thing with buying a skill that's not in your tree. You got to pay an extra 5 points. I think it's the same thing for the actual talent trees themselves.
Okay.
So if you buy,
So if I wanted to go up like I don't know, get medical skills, for instance, or something like that, I'd have to pay extra.
Medical skills.
That came to mind.
Medical skills.
you have to pay an extra 5 points for every skill you go.
Right.
So the first one is normally, I think it's 5 points. You'd have to spend 10.
And then
Second one is 10, then you have to pay. It's just an extra 5.
Yeah.
So that's all it is. I think it's the same thing for the tree. If you only got one and you want to buy a non universal or not within your class, then you would spend 15.
Yeah.
Now, interpretive dance, I would have believed.
Sure.
What's that Wookiee doing? I don't know. Just shoot him.
Party skill, Wookiee distraction.
Try.
Oh, not that it's going to come into play anytime soon. But did we find out anything about that harness or whatever the Tarful thing?
You're right. It's not going to come into play anytime soon.
That would be no.
At the very least, it should act like Dan. What was that piece of gear you said it should act like? Bandolier or utility vest or something like that.
Okay.
So it allows you to quick draw 1 item.
Okay. Cool.
So without spending.
Well, I think it says like an incidental. That's what the book.
Incoming jiggling.
Speaking of items, guys,
No. Just kidding.
I only want to ask about the fancy coat that Jem gave me. Now that there's actually time to.
Well, you looked at you spotted that thing in Fly Casual, right?
Yep.
So why don't we just say that it is that thing that you spotted in Fly Casual?
All right.
Apparently, utility belt will increase your encumbrance by 1.
Because that would probably be the easiest thing to do, and then because I don't recall you having said that you wanted to make too many modifications to it.
It's in
So I'm pretty sure Jem bought it for you as a peace offering.
like utility bag.
Either that, or Jem just couldn't stand that you weren't as pretty as she was.
One
Right. So I've got
item I think of
that
like,
particular
weight 1 or
code
less, and
in
battle
the most eye-catching.
I'm thinking what I might be doing. is
Four.
just a bandolier.
I'm pretty sure it's the same color of green that Jem is, by the way.
Right. It's
Yes.
just also encrusted with as many actual
This one I
gems
could hook
as.
it to. I could hook my fiber wax.
Oh yes, lovely ones of all shades of green.
I'm liking this idea. I'm good with that.
You're gonna stand out wearing that thing, boy. I'm telling you.
Well, place where I'm thinking I'm probably going to wear it. If the only thing people remember is the coat, I'm fine with that.
There we go.
Yep, and nothing screams Mark like wearing jewels on your clothing.
So this is just reminding me of like Diablo, where the higher up
Yeah,
gear
exactly.
gets better and better looking. We're starting to go into that stage.
Yeah, it's true.
Those fucking pilgrims. What's your starting gear? Rags. Dirty, tattered. What's your ending gear? Like diamond plated, gold, platinum.
Blade sticking out everywhere.
That's what's happening with my Demon Hunter right now. Better pop her up to level 70.
See, I've gotten back on the Fallout New Vegas kick,
Same here actually.
so I'm
It's a
currently
bit between the two.
I'm currently I think level 46 out of 50.
I'm not nowhere close to that. I think
Well,
even my first character only got to level 27 before I finished the game.
Oh, like I do everything, and I've got all the downloads with all the DLCs. So I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, so I've gone through and I'm gonna go do this DLC. I'm gonna go do this DLC. I'm gonna go do this DLC. I still haven't even gotten to New Vegas. I have not yet broached the city walls, and I'm level 38. Okay. Right, so I got my anti-material rifle. I got my exploding rounds. Let's go piss off the Legion. Why? Because when their buddies just start coming over the ridge, just start taking them out. Just the only thing that I hated about the game is that if you got on somebody's bad side, the hit squads that came after you, if too low level, you had to run, and they could run faster than you. So there was no way you were toast. You'd have to reload from the last point you maneuvered from.
I think the only faction in the game right now that actually hates me is the Powder Kings. I'm not really worried about them.
Is that because you went in and killed everybody in the prison?
No, not yet.
I did. That's why I'm
No.
vilified.
No, I was vilified because I took out some of their small encampments, like with the 5 or 6 guys. Just blew them all away.
Oh, I went in there, took out all their leaders, everybody, all their merchants.
Yeah.
everybody.
Dan, whose character is also known as the Jackal.
So who's left to actually come after you for this?
From the powder gangers, just the random people who might show up at their orbital camps. Because every once in a while, when you go back to one of their camps, they've spawned more people because, hey, this is ours.
Because the game is decided.
That's okay. I just take out the 45 submachine gun, powder gun, and I just hose them down real very quickly. They don't really level with you.
No.
The powder gangers are the opening credits guys.
Yeah.
They're scary at the beginning of the game. At the end of the game, they're just an enormous. You mean I can't fast travel? The powder ganger close to me. Where is he?
Oh, make
Knock him down.
There's a powder ganger hanging behind a rock. Where is he?
You're gonna make me waste a round on you, aren't you? You son of a bitch.
Oh no, I have the katana
Oh,
with all the upgrades.
I haven't.
It's lovely because when I get like scorpions, and like if I get into area where there's scorpions and stuff, I just take out the katana and I start slicing. As soon as I get next to me, dead, 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 dead.
Scorpion sushi.
Reminds me of using Junktown as my personal stocking warehouse after I murdered everybody in it.
Yeah, see, I try to go bad sometimes, and I can't do it.
Oh, once I'm done this, like this one is the good karma, helping the NCR and the people around, and the next one's going to be the Legionnaire.
Yeah, I faked my way into the NCR. I just used speech. My speech is like 67 or something like that right now. I'm only level 12, right? I walk up to Helios one and he's like, "What are you doing here?" "I'm NCR." "You're NCR. Very good."
All right. Well, it looks like we're not going to have a Steven, so let's take care of Destiny this time.
Too late.
I've already rolled for Willa and Kefin Marrow and Dr. Gitano. And once you guys are all finished, I will tell you what the totals I got for them were.
So we got 2 white from Salem, we got a dark, and 2 white from Toby.
1 dark.
1 dark from the pilot.
One dark.
Hmm?
1 dark.
1 dark from the Wookie. Not feeling too good.
I mean, fucking stasis, for crying out loud.
All right, so are we still rolling for Talon and...
Yeah, roll for Talon. Not for Gand, though. Gand is off on a Gand quest. He's a findsman, and he's finding a find. Well, that makes him sound a bit like Dr. Seuss. I don't care.
Okay, so we are even at 4 and 4.
Good, because the 3 that I mentioned, the 3 NPCs, combined, they had 2 dark and 2 light. So you're even at 6 and 6?
Yep.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Very balanced.
Yes, balanced. Balanced, even.
We have found the unifying force. This
Too bad, because if we were rolling for Dan, we would have had an extra 2 lights on it.
Okay.
You may need them wherever he is.
All right. So here's the thing. At the end of last session, if I remember correctly, you guys had... Okay, there's something going on. There's some kind of static that broadcasts in through the microphone. I don't know.
Might be
something bumping into it or whatever. We'll just have to keep an eye on it and see what causes it. I hope it's not some kind of level feedback situation. But in the meantime, so poor Dubaka was struck by the terrible plague of the Reaper Seed, and he has been placed into stasis. He's sitting there floating in the lovely stasis fluid, which isn't the same as Bacta, by the way. The stasis fluid is a little on the green side and tastes a little minty, actually. But since you're not meant to actually breathe it, you're given an air hose that's monitored constantly by one of the droids. It's usually Doe, sometimes Ray. Me doesn't usually do it, but it's usually Doe or me, or Doe or Ray. So, that being the case, now the whole idea is to figure out who's going where. The so far to go with the team that has opted to take Dubaka to Coruscant and meet with the specialist that Jotana knows. So far, Toby Bevan has offered to go, and the question ultimately is who else should. The other operation is to attempt to win back an artifact that you still don't know exactly what it is yet, Jesse.
No.
But it's apparently important to your former mentor, so important that he's willing to clear off any major any of any kind, book of business or debts that you may owe him if you obtain it.
Sounds dangerous.
Yeah, well, if you know him, it's probably fucking unbelievably dangerous. It was probably dangerous the minute he thought of it, and it's probably 3 times as dangerous now. It's probably going to get more dangerous by the day. There are days you wonder why you didn't just shoot him when you had the chance.
Do I have a name for the artifact or anything like that?
You haven't received a data packet of any kind on it yet. You're supposed to get that at some point. You hope you get it before you guys decide to bug out. Dubaka's not getting any younger, and the stasis will slow down the disease, but it won't completely halt it. He needs to go.
Yeah.
So every hour that you're spending there waiting for your mentor to get his head and his ass wired together is an hour that Dubaka doesn't have to recover.
Well, to be fair, we could have Dubaka on planets. I thought we already had Dubaka on planet side. In fact, I thought we figured this out the last session. That who had already gone planet side.
Well, I'm willing to freeze the decision of who goes in time. I'm just saying that,
Yeah.
you know, it's your mentor with the data packet that's wasting your fucking time.
Yeah. And my nuts are hanging in the air because we're sitting in a part of space I don't want to be in right now.
No.
Well, we can always take the Diamond Jack down while you wait for your mentor.
Wait. We have in my backstory we have an established dead drop at Ord Mantell.
Yes.
So we could do it that way.
If I understand, are you guys already orbiting Coruscant? I think you are, aren't you?
Yeah, well,
We'd arrived.
Somebody, we were in.
We thought we'd arrived and sent Dubaka's party
Yeah.
off already.
Yeah, it's just that I can't remember who got sent where, and the last game session wasn't very good at picking that up for some reason. The recording thereof. So, but that's all right. I mean, I won't have precious seconds tick by while you guys figure out who's going where. I just need you guys to figure out who's going where. So I think now Vanny, you said you wanted to go to the Sabak game.
Yeah.
And Salem's going to go to the Sabak game.
Yeah.
It's definitely got a good distraction to work with.
That's right.
Do I belong at this game? Look at my coat.
Distraction.
Relax. Look at the shark.
I don't think it would apply to this, but I was just looking up resilience because I was wondering about because part of it is resisting toxins. I was wondering if resisting diseases might also be in that, but
I think Salem would like
special.
Will as
It's a special one.
assistance simply because
no,
he
I
needs
know.
guns.
That's why I'm saying it probably
Or
would
will
apply to this,
probably
but
need guns at some point
I just wanted to look it up
in
just
case things go badly as an insurance. And considering, you're going with him, right?
I think Kevin
So-
was also going there too, but I can't remember that.
I think
Yeah, Kevin's going to go with you guys and Dubaka. And I guess Willa Parn will go with the poker players.
Because I need somebody watching my back that can actually shoot things.
Yeah, pretty much. So, that being the case, We now have the marching papers. It's amazing because the thing about Coruscant, now we're going to concentrate on Dubaka's group. For those of you that are awake, the thing about Coruscant is that you've traveled so long under the impression that almost like the minute you show up in Coruscanti space, like 8 Star Destroyers are going to jump you and take you into custody all at this, and like Palpatine and Vader are going to like cram your nuts in a vice and take turns on the handle. But it's amazing. It's like nobody cares who you are. Nobody knows. Nobody cares.
Well, nobody would expect somebody to be coming in and doing bad things at Coruscant, because of course Coruscant is totally protected.
The other thing too is that technically speaking, you're really a nuisance. You're not a they haven't put together your somewhat tenuous and growing less tenuous by the day connection to the rebellion. So they haven't, you're not being treated as though you're terribly wanted, dead or alive criminals. But still, there's this feeling that you guys had, this impending feeling of dread the closer you got to Coruscant, that like, the minute you sat down, it was like booga booga, they jump you and throw you in the slam. But no, the landing official droid took your credits and took your identification, logged you in as the Diamond Jack, and off you went, pushing along the repulsor lifted stasis pod that Dubaka lies in. Jotano has to go to a public data term to remember where her friend / colleague was, but it didn't take long for her to find the person. She looks at it for a moment. There it is. I find it. It says we're looking for a doctor by the name of Loman Sayo. He's Chandralin, one of the best medical specialists I've ever met. If anybody can help your mate, he can. It's just a question of whether or not he will. But there's only one way to find out. We shall have to push Mr. Dubaka this way. And so Marrow's pushing you like a shopping cart. He's pushing you.
He's not stopping at the trash cans to see if there's any little cans there for him to recycle, and we're fine.
That bad now.
Throwing a couple frozen pizzas.
Now, where's Wallace the Wookiee?
I think he's still in the bag.
Place him, please, on the table. All right. So now that he's on the table, nobody but me speaks until he's taken off the table. Dubaka. The first thing you sense is the smell. That beautiful perfume of 1,000 different species of tree and plant, blossom and fruit. The smell's everywhere. It's been a long time since you've smelled anything like it. It's the scent of home, of Kashyyyk, a place you haven't been to in almost longer than you can remember. When you open your eyes, you discover yourself balanced at the crook of a huge tree branch, your back against the trunk and one leg dangling unsupported. But despite this, you've no fear of falling. You're a Wookiee, and you know these trees would never hurt you. You stand up and have a look around, balancing easily on the branch. Your head pops above the tree line, and you see the beautiful sunshine streaming down onto the treetops, warming your head fur even as you feel a gentle breeze push against your face. After a few moments listening to the wind and the trees, another head pops up from the tops. You know him instantly. He's a boyhood friend and very dear to you. His name is Tarawak, and you've missed him about as much as you've missed your homeworld. He holds up that half-crooked, half-assed stick he calls a spear and yells, "Do! Come on, brother, I've spotted one." Tarawak was always hungry, and his parents used that hunger to urge him to learn to hunt early. But they wouldn't provide him with a spear. He couldn't trade for one, and he had nothing to use to buy one. So he was forced to try and make them himself, and he really wasn't any good at that. But he kept trying because he had a bottomless pit of a stomach to fill. But today he'd found a wayward grantelope, an adolescent likely separated from his herd by predators who'd probably caught others of that herd, but had filled themselves up before they'd gotten around to eating the straggler. No matter. If Tarawak had his way, the grantelope wouldn't be lonely for long. He takes hold of a vine and allows it to carry him 30 yards further away. When he lands on the opposite tree, he points down with his spear, and you can see the lone grantelope chewing absently on some grass. Tarawak makes a series of signs, all of which you're well familiar with. He wants you to do what he always wants you to do. He wants you to, when you and he hunt game, he wants you to distract the animal and drive it towards you, where you'll take the kill shot. You don't mind doing it because you enjoy making the tough shots, and he always shares the meat with you in a 60-40 split. He gets the smaller load and gives you the larger one. Eventually, he grabs a vine and allows himself to swing lower using it. And as he does, he lets out a holler and throws his makeshift spear wildly. His efforts to do the job, and the grantelope snorts and takes off in your direction, giving you a beautiful, clean shot. So, that being the case, would you be so kind, Craig, as to make a ranged light skill check with a difficulty of 2 purple?
Okie dokie. One failure. Net.
It misses, but it startles the grantelope. You look back at Tarawak, or you look up at Tarawak and sort of over your shoulder a bit to howl a bit of disappointment. But when you look back, it isn't a grantelope standing there. It's an ATRT from the Republic Army. And just so that you know what an ATRT looks like, I'll screen share with you. Hold on. One of those, can you see it?
Nope.
No, the dice roller is the only thing we see right now.
Uh-huh. Interesting. Hold on here. Yes, no? Okay. That's all right.
Yeah, I figured. They're the ones from episode 3 near the very end.
Yeah.
They're like the smaller personalized version of the ATSTs.
Yeah.
Anyways, so that being the case, that's what you see. Oh. Take Wallace off the table for a minute. We'll get back to you. So, those of you that are doing the pushing, you eventually reach the base of an enormous office tower, like big. But there are a number of sort of almost like old, what we would consider to be office tower signs that are put up, and almost all of them have intergalactic, multiracial, understandable, as it were, symbols of the medical profession. So this is obviously some sort of private medical block of some kind, sort of a health park. Sometimes they're called. So nobody takes any notice whatsoever as the two big sliding doors pop open, and you guys push Dubaka into the lobby. Pharaoh sort of leaves go of Dubaka, so he can go in, so he can consult one of the plaques on the wall, one of the hollow plaques on the wall, to see exactly where Dr. Sayo is. In doing so, of course, he once he relinquishes his control on the sled, it starts to slowly drift. Not very quickly, just sort of puttering along. And I guess the first you guys are aware of the fact that Dubaka isn't quite where you left him is when it goes dong against some sort of upright metallic signpost. It doesn't damage anything. You're just like, well, we better get our hands back on him. But this particular episode of the Flying Circus has allowed you to figure out what floor the doctor's on, and that being the case, you move him into the overlarge elevator. Luckily, there's one for just such a purpose. You move him into the overly large elevator intended for patients, and you punch in the 164th floor. Meanwhile, on the Dowager Queen, Salem is basically sitting tied to a data transfer terminal, waiting for the damn packet.
It's the worst part about being a spook. Waiting.
It comes through, and boy, is it coded, and it's got every code he could possibly have attached to it. It's crazy. I mean, you're so skilled in like, book to book code cracking. You could do this in your sleep. It's just, at this point, it's unbelievably redundant, because if the people who were intercepting this didn't have the code already, they're not going to get it. And if they already had the code, no amount of layering was going to stop them. You're also a little bit surprised at the lack of sophistication of codes that he's put on this thing. He literally is using the codes by the book, which, considering how important he seemed to say this thing was, is a bit strange.
When I crack the information, I assume I get a name of the artifact and a description of some kind?
Yes, you do.
Can I do some kind of background check en route to where we're going, as far as what the artifact is and what it's been used in the past for, or what it symbolizes, or whatever it is?
Okay, I'm just sending an image over to you.
Yeah.
Just give me a sec. Come on. There's a bit of a delay. The name of the artifact is the Shield of, and I'll spell it out for you. YTHIL dash BRAS. Ithilbras.
Unspecified error.
Yeah, I know. Hang on. We'll have to reinitialize the program.
Do you need? You've got the same password, I guess.
Hang on a sec. What's the password again?
315
15
RWM.
RWN.
M as in
M.
Nicole.
Okay, got it. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got. Let's try this again. Done. That was weird. Okay, so you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. That is the Shield of Ithilbras, held by a legendary warrior of a race long gone by. The Shield of Ithilbras was said to be a tonic to his people, a curse to his enemies, and thus and such. It's made of materials that have defied assay, and apparently it is the only shield like it anywhere in the galaxy. Why your mentor wants it is anybody's guess.
Sounds priceless.
But want it, he does, and it is being gambled for at an auction, or at a Sabak game, excuse me, not an auction. It's being gambled for at a Sabak game. And guess who's running the Sabak game?
A hut.
A hut. Because that's what happens when you leave the huts alone for 5 minutes. They start things. Let that be a lesson to you, ladies and gentlemen. Huts start things.
I assume the buy into this game is quite high.
Yes. 10,000 credits. That's right. I said it. Oh, shit. I gotta initialize again. There we go.
Make technology grand.
You know, it's just a question of getting used to it. It's already allowed a number of miracles so far today. So, yes, 10,000 credits for the buy-in. However, there's good news. Your mentor has decided to front you. Here's a chip there with 30,000 credits on it.
Sweet.
And a note and code not to spend it all in one place.
I'm going to use some of the money to buy some very expensive clothes for myself, Willa, and if Vanny needs some, she could have some, but I don't think she really needs some at this point.
You just a pimp. You just want a pimp. You want another excuse to be a pimp? Don't think I don't know what you're doing.
I'm just gonna look like somebody who belongs in a high stakes Sabak game.
Yeah, like a pimp. Okay, well, the Sabak game is being held in one of the less patrolled and heavily regulated portions of the planet. Not to say that there's no Imperial garrison there. As a matter of fact, there are a number of them, and according to what you've heard on crosstalk, that's some of the most brutal garrisons there.
Wait, what planet are we on?
Well, you're orbiting Coruscant.
So the game is on Coruscant.
Oh yes.
Salem is confused. Very,
It's all right.
very, very confused.
Yes, he is. But that's where the game's being held. It's being held at the home of Konda the Hutt. Konda is actually something of a rarity amongst Hutts. Not because he's caught the dreaded disease that has no name, but because he's actually clanless, and he's managed to make a go of it being clanless.
I guess that's what happens when you get into bed with the Imperials.
Well, although one can say what came first, the Hutt or the egg.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible that he came here and set himself up in such a way as to get protection from the Imperials from his own people. Of course, that makes you wonder what he's giving to the Imperials in return for that protection. Unfortunately, though, whatever Konda's been doing since the fall of the Republic isn't something that's known to you, because the Trial Network hasn't given you any information. And the Republic intelligence barely knew about his existence before the war started.
Running a gambling operation can be lucrative if you have the right connections. But,
well, then of course there's the question of how he gets his hands on priceless objets d'art.
Yeah, that's true. I assume there's some kind of player list that's been made public at all?
Well, that's kind of tricky from what you can tell. You see, Konda wants the high rollers, so he won't advertise the names of the high rollers.
Right.
But in order for you to get on, you essentially just have to make sure that your credits are good and contact him a day before the game, which is fine because the game doesn't start for another 36 hours anyway.
Was there supposed to be some kind of cover involved? Wasn't I supposed to represent somebody who's dead now?
Yeah, well, that is your cover. You are somebody who's dead. Make up the personality. Why should I do all the work?
No, I'm just wondering if there's any information about that.
Make it up.
He's a wealthy banker.
Of course he is.
Who is coming?
You better dress conservative as a wealthy banker, buddy. If I see one feather boa, that's it.
Well, conservative, but you gotta. He's definitely showing the fact that he's got money. But he's not going to be, giant gold chains around his neck or.
No, just the most expensive watch on the market.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A
couple of nice bling rings.
Finest suit.
This is my chronometrical timepiece, which I have purchased with my money. As you can see, it is very fine, much like my women's.
That's if Willa decides to go as a woman.
Willa wants to go male.
I was pretty sure she was your bodyguard for this gig.
Yeah.
And Vanny just walks in with the coat, so it's,
Nobody really... It would be kind of difficult to figure out what Vanny is just at a glance, because you've got you got your bodyguard, and then you've got Holy Bejeweled. You could keep her as a living doll. That happens sometimes. Like her only function is essentially to wear clothes that you put on her.
That would be weird.
I'm serious. They exist. It happens all the time. Rich guys keep living dolls. They don't do anything strange with them when the lights go down. It's just they like to buy fancy clothes and dress up their living dolls. It's a pretty common practice, actually. The fact that this particular living doll also belongs to, you know, a clan of criminal. I mean, wanderers of the galaxy.
Well, if we're going a little bit incognito, I might want to cover that up with a layer of something from your disguise kit, so that they're not showing that.
That would be helpful. If anybody's going to recognize those symbols, it'll probably be or on Coruscant anyway.
Well, it depends on what Salem wants to do with you too. I mean, if he wants to march you in there in like a fucking evening cocktail gown with a plunging neck and back line, yeah, you're probably going to need some cover up.
That'd be difficult on short notice. Although not impossible.
But then, you know, the whole
Rush for the makeup.
the whole notion of no Salem, I'm not. No Salem, I'm not going to. Salem, no.
It's just a paintbrush. Come on.
I'm not wearing that dress, Salem. Salem, take the dress away from me.
You look great. You look fabulous. Come on.
Then you throw the coat over it, and you can't see it anymore.
No, Salem would leave it up to Willa and Vanny to decide on their wardrobe, but he will, like, he basically has final say on it, just being like, you know, that's too flashy, or this doesn't work for the setting, or whatever.
Willa's instinct actually is to dress almost like a shadow. She wears all black. She has a combination that has a number of light ceramic plates in glossy black, but that's about the most standoutish thing that she opts to wear. She could easily be mistaken for a gunner, for an Imperial gunner, except she doesn't have the giant helmet.
All right. Well, I guess that's dealt with.
She also gets an even more severe haircut.
Right. I'm gonna have a fairly sort of one of those. It's like a faux military jersey with a high collar.
Right.
And sort of very straight pressed pants.
So you're trying to say that while you're an upstanding member of the community that deals only in monies now, there was a time when you might actually have served in the Clone Wars?
Yeah, maybe.
Fair enough.
Or he was some kind of military attaché that. But it's not like of any denomination. It just sort of looks very. He looks very.
Vaguely martial.
Yeah. Like he has a sense of authority, and he understands that, you know, there are people below him, many people below him.
And now he has taken a break from those people below him so that he may win a shit ton of cash and prizes.
Exactly.
And so it really is quite something watching Willa. She's got a set of wraparound shades too. It's very she's got her 2-pistol rig, and What's that?
How do they deal with weapons on the premise? I guess we'll figure that out when we get there.
If you skin him, you're dead. The rules come through right away. Conda has guards and automated systems and fucking ooby-dooby-doo droids everywhere, and you so much as fucking sniff at your blaster and you're dead. So at this point,
for show. to say that
What's-
he can afford to have a bodyguard.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly it. That's right.
And I suppose to match the rest of it, Vanny dresses like she has. Vanny reluctantly left her blaster behind because it doesn't fit with anything unless I can conceal it in one of the pockets of my coat and the scanners, whatever, either won't notice or won't care as long as
You're not prevented from having weapons. You're just prevented from pulling them and using them.
Okay, in which case I borrowed a whole bunch of fake gem stickers so that when the security systems read that I've got a gun in one of the pockets of my coat, it looks like one of those bejeweled toy status last resort guns that someone who has entirely too much money and only a little bit of taste might have. So it's in keeping with the fabulous coat and the expensive outfit that goes with it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. So having said that, you put your name on the list, Jesse.
Yep.
You front the 10 grand to buy in, and you're given a time and a date. And the date is, like I said, 36 hours. You have a 1 hour window once the tournament opens to get in. If you don't make the 1 hour window, they shut the doors forever. You lose your 10,000. So sad to be you.
Okay.
Which is pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
You've sat in on Sabek tournaments where literally you have to be there right when the bus leaves or you're done. So
I'm sure places like this don't want to mess around with security.
is there any briefing that you'd like to give to your compatriots while you
Keep your head in a swivel and don't speak unless spoken to. Is basically what it comes down to. People are going to be really edgy at the tables, and I'm going to need you there as my eyes and ears, without being a distraction to everybody else, as more than you already are, given the coat you're wearing.
Right, so given that, you mind if I ask you to call me Izzy?
I can do that.
Good.
Will
All
will
right.
be the help.
What's that?
Will just be the help.
Huh.
In other words, we're supposed to pretend she doesn't exist even while she's there so that people can notice that she's there but not in the way.
Sounds like it.
The other thing too, the problem is you have neither of you have any experience in this kind of thing, so you're basically a fish out of water. So I can't really brief you on doing anything or getting anything done because you wouldn't be able to. Neither Willow or yourself would know what to do in the first place. Well, I guess Vanny might have some experience given her checker background.
Otherwise,
So yeah, tell me what it is you're after, and
I want to know suspected cheaters. I want you to keep an eye on all the other tables, but mostly on my table. Probably Willa will be keeping an eye on my table, and you can wander around and get refreshments and be a dilettante.
so I can be the supposedly clueless companion whom everyone can explain things to.
Also, I'd want numbers on hut people and non-hut people, if that's possible. Just
Keep an eye on who belongs with who.
Yeah. Who's security? How they operate?
Entrances, exits, and so on.
Yep.
Be careful, though. That's a pretty tricky proposition because this is a card game. And if any communication that you make is misconstrued as signaling, you want to finish the sentence, Salem?
Oh, I'm.
This is. I know you know.
Well, the other thing too is well, that's why I say it is for the most part, be quiet. Don't speak unless spoken to. Try not to move too much. Look like maybe you're bored.
When in doubt, get a drink.
When in doubt, get a drink.
But don't drink to excess.
Luxury. She's going to be standing there for however long the session is going to last. Depending on the structure of the tournament, could be hours, days.
Now, Willa does something very strange. She takes her sunglasses off, puts them on the table in front of you, and leans forward and says, she takes her blasters out of their holsters, puts them both in one in each of your hands, and lets you hold them. And she looks at you and she says, now, these are my rules. You are my protectee. I don't want you more than 20 feet away from me at any given time. If shooting starts and I grab you, you do what I grab you to do. If I put you down, you go down. If I stand in front of you, you let it happen. And if I tell you that we have to go someplace, you come with me.
Willie, you're talking to a person who's worked in a team before. Trust me, I understand.
The problem is that you get the distinct impression that this is like a litany almost. And you're reminded once again that you saw some strange marking on her not long ago, whose precise nature you're still trying to wrestle with, but you can't help but feel like you've seen it before.
And have not had any time to
No, not really.
research what that symbol could mean.
So having said that, she takes the blasters by the barrel, sort of flips them in the air, grabs them by the handle, sticks them in her holsters, and says, "All right, as long as we understand each other."
And I take it I'm supposed to stay out of the way and make my own way out.
You're not my protectee. And that sounds like very formal. It's almost like saying the magic words kind of thing.
Vanny, do try to stay close by. We need to get off the planet at some point, and I don't trust my piloting skills as much as I do yours.
Fair enough. I'm just double checking what Willa's boundaries on protection and so on are.
Well, you have the distinct impression that her protective detail doesn't include you as a detail.
Fair enough. I was checking that, making sure, because it's, a good idea that these lines are clear before shit happens. And if I'm on my own, looking after myself, it's understandable, and I kind of almost prefer it.
Absolutely.
Salem sort of smirks at Willa and goes, I understand your rules and honor them.
Good. Now it's your show, boss.
Well, you know what you need to be doing. Let's stroll in there like we own the place.
That's right. Let's drive it like we stole it. Wait a minute.
The other end of things.
There's Vanny like, I've been driving it like I stole it since I was old enough to reach the pedals. Hell, I think the first one I drove I stole.
Strap blocks to my feet so I can reach the pedals.
And with that,
It's short round. Indiana Jones.
yeah, that's right. With that, you tell the Dowager to attend to the coordinates that you've had listed for the game. Even though the game's not going to start for another day, it's always good to sort of roughly be in the ballpark.
Does he have a regular casino room or anything like that, or is it just a place where he holds?
Yeah, no, this is This Sabak tournament is taking place in his casino.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So if you want to go hit the tables.
I sort of turned to Vanny. Well, we've got 24 hours to figure this place out.
Are you looking to establish yourself as a high roller, spread some money around, or what? Because hey, you know what? High rollers get comped.
I might, yeah, but I'm just thinking about how weird. Maybe it would be just as justifiable to be the weird recluse who stays in his room until tournament time,
Right.
and sort of meditates. But I also need to be in the casino to see what's going on down there. So yes, I do have to splash things around a bit.
I mean, at the very least, you need to know if the fucking...
You stay in your room and me and Willow wander around.
At the very least, you're going to need to know if the game is crooked at the house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Three sets of eyes are better than two.
Because if the game is crooked at the house, you've got no chance of winning.
Exactly. There's no point in me being here, or there's no point in me gambling here.
Yeah. So, after doing your docking and check-in procedures, by the way, you discover that because you're a member of the tournament, your room is indeed comped.
Nice.
And it's not a bad room either.
Very nice.
It comes complete with a victuals basket. Unfortunately, since the victuals basket was, well, it's in a hut hotel, so you can imagine what some of those victuals are. Actually,
I got high on dust.
Actually, I'm sure you can imagine for some of those victuals how hard they fight for their lives.
I was thinking more like glitter stem or something like that. But
One of them frogs.
Yeah, here. Taste some of our complimentary bonbons. You come downstairs, whacked out.
Guaranteed to wiggle.
can't remember the names of the other spices out there.
Spice.
Well, no, but there's specific kinds of glitter stem. The glitter stem is the only one I can remember. Death sticks.
So what I'm gonna do is play as many types of games as possible to sort of spread my scouting path around, so that I get as much of the layout of the casino as possible. Which is going to be a giant fucking maze, because that's how casinos spread out. But
give me a vigilance test with 2 purples and 1 red.
wait, that's brutal. I'm going to spend a force point to reduce the red to a purple. Destiny.
You mean a destiny point?
That's right.
So spent.
Man, digits. Not something I'm good. 1 setback. Net.
You're you suddenly come nose to nose with a Rhodian, and he's like, "So, I see from looking at you that you are a man who likes to see the tables. Are you enrolled in the tournament this evening by any chance? Oh, please tell me that you are."
What is it to you?
Well, I tell you, it is one thing to lose a certain amount of money, or perhaps even gain another amount of money in a Sabbath game beside absolutely wretched company. But it's another matter entirely to do so beside men of distinction and quiet charm and taste, I must say. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nadal. I sell used vehicles, but don't let the precise definition of such a mercantile concern cloud your perception of me. I like to think that I'm a fellow with a pair of eyes pointed upwards.
I'm Tanik. I do banking and currency exchange.
Well, Mr. Tanik, I must say, It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, sir. And I look forward to sitting beside or across from you at the Sabbath table tonight. Hey, may the best being win, huh? All right.
Me too.
And he wanders off, along with his Twi'lek girl, who looks like 20 years past her prime and overly made up. Like, oh, my lordy. No, pretty Twi'lek girl, don't put any more makeup on. Oh, no.
Here come the clouds.
Bring on the clouds. But unfortunately, you haven't been able to figure out if the tables are crooked yet. Now, I can let you stay here and suss it out a little more, but you won't get as much sleep as maybe you'd like.
Yeah, no, I'm going to get my rest. I need as much advantage as I can, considering how out of date.
I'll give you a boost die for being well rested because you're so conscientious about it.
You said it was a vigilance check, Gus, to
Yeah,
To-
one red and 2 purples.
okay.
That is a failure.
That's a failure?
Those are setbacks.
Oh,
Those are advantages.
well, I failed anyway, so.
What did you fail at? I said I'd give you a boost die. I didn't tell you to do anything with it.
No, I failed the
He's rechecking his numbers.
I failed the vigilance check, but it's fine. I mean,
Well,
okay.
fellas, this is kind of why I'd like you to use the dice roller that I use myself.
He did. He just misread the symbol.
So,
It was 2 red and
no, 1 red and 2 purple.
this is what I got on the roll.
Craig?
Yep.
Can you double check Angela's dice results?
1 success, 1 disadvantage.
Okay. So, unfortunately, you get a hunch because you hear something making a funny noise, Angela.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that such funny noises are always mechanical because such funny noises emanate in ships. And every time you've heard them emanate in ships, they've always been because of mechanical problems. And you're thinking, gosh, that's a strange place for a machine to be underneath a Sabbath table. And so you sort of peek underneath the Sabbath table, and sure enough, there's a device down there. And you're pretty sure that devices don't belong underneath Sabbath tables.
Now it's a question of who put it there.
Well, while you're contemplating that, a rather beefy hand comes down on your shoulder, and when you stand up all of a sudden to contemplate who the hand is attached to, you come face to face with a Gamorrean. Do you know who the Gamorreans are?
I have some idea.
Big boy.
Well, why don't you tell me so we make sure we're on the same singing sheet?
As he said, they're sort of ambulatory pigs and known throughout the galaxy as hired thugs.
Fair enough. Excellent. Yes, indeed. There is a Gamorrean who is rather jokingly, considering the drool running from his snout, dressed as a member of the casino security, and he grunts and groans and wails something at you or other. Problem is, you don't speak Gamorrean. His hand is on your shoulder pretty tight, though.
I do my best to look the sort of puzzled blank and sort of give him a bright smile and just sort of gently shrug away and sort of attempt to wander off.
Well, it looks like this Gamorrean, who's trying to maintain hand-to-shoulder contact with you, isn't going to be happy until you wandering off wanders you out the front door of the casino.
I sort of make my wander head as if I might be headed that way, or I might just be headed to the nearest bar. But I'm also not paying any attention to the table that I was inspecting, as in, no big deal, whatever I saw, not my business.
Right. It sounds like there's a check in there somewhere. Let me see what it might be.
Deceit, maybe?
Deception.
Is deception an actual skill?
Yep.
Why? That sounds fantastic. We'll use that. And since Gamorreans aren't known for being especially bright, I'll say all you need is 2 purple on that one.
All right, then. Let's pull up what... and...
Deception.
Base con.
Yep.
And
And
one
I,
yellow to green.
And you said...
Two.
Hold on.
What do we got? We have 1 success net.
That's cool. Hold on a sec. 1 success net is all that you need for the somewhat dim-witted Gamorrean to accept that whatever it is that you're trying to do, it's not going to hurt him or his boss any. And he, with a somewhat dismissive cuff against your shoulder bone, which is none too gentle, he sends you off on your way. It's only your lovely grace and poise that keeps you from falling over. Now, I want to make sure about something. You've got Jem back on the Diamond Jack, basically sitting at the controls, ready to go at any moment, right?
Yep.
Good. Just checking. I didn't want to assume that if it wasn't true. It's like, yeah, your droid's there, right? No, we have to cold start. Oh, boy. Awkward.
Remember, we've got the Diamond Jack having taken Dubaka to the doctor.
Right. The other way around. The other way around. Listen to what I was thinking.
Yes, my droid is keeping our escape ready.
With a ship that's got like 6 forward guns. At least 6, if not more.
Dore and me to prepare a, just in case, some kind of like be able to produce some kind of smoke screen made it out of their bodies at some point.
Where do you think Do Re Mi are?
On the
Ruby Queen?
Ruby Dowager.
Yeah. Okay, well that's good. And you want them to produce a smoke screen, or
Basically what it would be is they would stand in the ship bay if worse really came to worse, and they could produce a smoke screen and get the hell out.
yeah, you tell them the plan, and they burble at you about how much fun that would be, and then they agree they'd do it. You're, by the way, Do Re Mi, if I haven't mentioned already, are fucking unrepentant practical jokers. They're currently friggin' going head to head with Doki over who's the greatest fucking practical joker, which is good news because if Dubaka was still awake, he'd notice the pressure being taken off him.
Maybe I can use that craftiness to my advantage at some point. Unfortunately, that means them leaving the ship, but I don't really want to do that.
What do I have this sinking suspicion though that when and if I do come back, Doki is gonna like go back to his favorite target.
You never know. If Do Re Mi are fucking persistent enough, he could forget about you entirely.
Or worse yet, the 4 of them gang up on me.
Yeah, you have a funny feeling that's not going to happen. Although stranger things have happened on the ship.
You know, your Doki's plaything.
I just have this image of like the spider droids at the opening of episode 3 going up and ripping the head off the R2 unit.
Yeah.
Because even if I get the shield out of the casino, I have a feeling that. Well, no, I bet the hut might. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the hut's procedure is for giving out prizes. He may just be like, "Here it is. You're in the casino. Do what you want with it. Leave at your own peril."
And leave at your own peril. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
Exactly. So that's the kind of thing I'm worried about.
It might not even be him that particularly cares specifically who gets it. It might be one of the other players that cares that much.
That's what I'm more
Be
worried
amusing
about.
if every player in that game is an agent for somebody.
Wouldn't be surprised if Tikkanen had an agent in there.
Having dealt with huts in the past, it wouldn't surprise you, Salem, to discover that this particular hut has a service available for a price
Right.
that will escort you safely to your ship under arm with your winnings.
Right.
And of course, you know how that works, right? I mean, half the huts out there, the reason that you're essentially paying for protection from his own people, right?
Yep.
You know how that works.
Yeah. After my encounter with the guard, I have a drink, one more round of the entire casino, play a couple of small things, and then go back to the room to report my findings.
Good advice. Oh. I wish I had a way of... Well, I have a hand scanner. Fortunately, I have no way of really using it without drawing attention.
Why do you want to? What is it about the hand scan you want to use?
I just wanted to figure out a way. I suppose I could get one of the droids to come in and scan it.
Well, there's no droids that are from outside the house that are allowed in
Okay.
for precisely such a reason.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's something under the table, and
Oh, well, Salem, you know instantly what it is. I mean, you don't put a device under a Sabak table unless you're looking to fix it.
Right.
And when I noticed it and was tempted to take a slightly closer look, that's when the hand came down on my shoulder, and I played clueless and dumb until the guard lost interest in me because I obviously wasn't doing anything. See.
Which means, Salem, if you're lucky,
Yeah.
if you're very lucky, the employees are running the scam and the hut doesn't know about it yet. But if I was you, I wouldn't count on being that lucky.
Well, the other thing, too, is the hut doesn't want to be embarrassed,
Right.
even if it's brought to his attention that... well, I guess it could be done anonymously.
Well, there's an old Corellian saying that says if you're going to fuck a hut, fuck big. So if you're going to embarrass a hut, embarrass him big time. Like if you're going to say your games are fixed, say it when the whole room is packed and like flip the table.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Most Corellians, they always know just what to say.
Of course, as soon as you do that, the tournament is over and the shield is gone.
Yeah, but...
At which point you need to know where the heck it is. So don't rock the boat until you actually see the shield on the table.
Well, the other thing, too, is yeah, because they would present the prize winnings at the final table.
Usually only when it gets under the last two.
Yeah. I've actually seen tournaments where they have a side table with the first prize money.
Yeah. Well, I've watched a lot of WPT.
But
and
yeah,
they bring the money out when the finals.
WSOP does it too, yeah. But yeah, no, it is more common to have it dumped on the table down to the final two.
Means you got to get to the final two.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah,
and then
I
try
think I
to do
can
a
handle
smash
this.
and grab. No.
Oh, something I also should have mentioned. This isn't the only prize.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
This is the first prize.
yeah. So you guys ruminate over that for a sec. I got something I got to do. Hold on.
So, objective is to get the shield, but there will be other things out there that may be somebody else's objective.
Or they're just cash prizes. One of the two.
I'm still laying odds that Tikinen's got an agent in that tournament. If there's an artifact like that up for grabs and it's been advertised,
Depends on the type of artifact, whether it's in her her curiosity.
well, if it has a practical use, I would say so.
You get to the end and you find out that everybody's working for your boss. You owe me, and you owe me, and you owe me, and you owe me, and when you get that, I get it.
Well, that's actually, you bring up a good point. I may not be the only agent that he's put into this game.
How do we know he didn't put the thing under the table? He's fixing the game in your favor.
It's true.
Well,
There's any number of possibilities.
likely to be.
I won't.
You're not going to be playing on the floor. For the tournament, you'll be in private rooms.
The fact of the matter is, I won't show my hand until I figure I'm going to gain maximum advantage from it.
And the stasis fluid, it's going to take forever for my fur to dry.
There are ways to deal with that. Some of them are probably things you wouldn't agree to.
There's no worse smell than a wet Wookie.
Sure, there is. Bird Wookie. Who was at one point wet.
I was going to say, it's more like the Wookiee whose fur never dried is probably worse.
You know, you got the Wookiee who on one half is the wet Wookiee, on the other half is burnt because the hair dryer overheated. They caught on fire.
I was thinking mildewed Wookiee is probably
Burnt hair? No, burnt hair is worse. Mildew will just get you sick.
I have a glandular problem. I sweat all the time. My fur is sopping wet all the time. I smell like Wookiee all the time.
Give Gand a run for his money. I just can't imagine. Like, it's weird. This thought popped into my head. I'm like, what would a bald Wookiee look like? A Wookiee with no fur. Just be weird.
Like a shaved cat.
Yeah, kind of.
take one of those hairless cats, stretch them up, fill them out a little.
Smash their nose.
Yeah, I shaved Wookie a shookie.
All right, who put the nair in the fresher?
Seems like a sex act.
Yeesh.
Doing the shookie.
I'm sorry, Chewbacca, but the stasis gel kind of got all sticky on your fur. We're just going to have to cut that all off. Hold still.
You just know that not go over well.
That's why you do that before he wakes up.
Don't share the angry sheep. Don't do it. Do it.
Jedi hairstylists.
And it just takes a little off. Done.
Head falls off. It's a little off the top.
What? He's 7 foot tall. Now he's 6 feet tall. It's a little off the top.
Okay, so while you guys are considering all that, Meanwhile, back on the other side of sunny Coruscant. We put Wallace the Wookiee back on the table, assuming Craig hasn't gone anywhere.
No, I'm here.
When you threw the spear, it missed, and the Grantalope morphed into an ATRT, ridden by a clone. And at first you don't understand quite what you're looking at, but then you understand the grim purpose of this creature, this clone. You turn away from the relatively small walker, and you see the forest ablaze. The clones who'd stood in defense of your world before were now tearing it apart. This cannot be. It's inconceivable. It's an abomination beyond contemplation. You have to stop them. You both do. You turn to your boyhood friend, expecting to see similar fire in his eyes, but what you see is horrifying. Your boyhood friend is standing calmly at your side, but his healthy, strong body is now riddled with blaster burns and torn up by fragmentation shrapnel. What's not burned is badly bleeding. The sight is heart-wrenching, but your friend seems to be in no pain. Instead, he puts a hand on your shoulder and turns you back toward the battle. As he does, you hear him calmly say, "Look. Look and see, brother. Look and see." Craig, give me a vigilance check with two purples, please.
Great. My incredible vigilance of 1.
You think anybody except maybe Talon has more than one?
They didn't have to green.
I have 1.
The vigilance of Bupkus.
Nada.
Wallace is still on the table.
There's absolutely nothing. Net zero everything.
Yes, thank you. At first you don't know what your friend is talking about. And then he reaches his blood-covered hand, takes you by the jaw and shakes you a little bit and says, "Look!" Something about these clones suddenly draws your eye. You know that they distinguish different groups of themselves by color scheme. You know this because clones of several color schemes have assisted Kashyyyk in the past. The last group wore armor painted in forest camouflage. But these are different. They're mostly white with blue markings. You've never seen them before. You hear Tarawak's voice in your ear. "Do you see them, brother? Do you see the heralds of doom?" You turn to answer him and find him gone, instead replaced by your home village in flames. Your neighbors either putting up what resistance they can or running for their lives. And again, these blue and white clones bring death and destruction. But that's not all. Here and there you can also see them stunning and immobilizing Wookiees. Not all of them. Few of those spared are warriors. All are young, strong, and fit. You're not sure why at first until you begin to see the collars and the collar-to-collar line chains. And then it dawns on you in cold fear. Slaves. These clones have come to take slaves. The very republic you and your fellow Wookiees fought to protect is now putting your people to the yoke? No, it just can't happen. You have to stop it. Please take Wallace off the table. Well, the Dr. Sayo's nurse is an interesting creature. You remember those little blue elephant people that sat in the band in Java's Palace? with the big bowling pin style proboscis. Well, picture one of those dressed up in white with a petite chapeau.
Hello. How may I assist you?
Tissa walks forward and says, "That'll be one to see the doctor, please."
Oh, we have several doctors here. Which doctor in particular would you like to see?
Dr. Sayo, would you tell him that Dr. Jotano is here to see him?
Just a minute, please.
So you assume it's a she, cocks her head slightly, touches an implant at the side of her head where her ear should be. It lights up, nice colored little lights. And then it must have said something in her ear because she just jumps right up and runs into the back room. Marrow looks over at you, Bevan, and says, I don't think that's a good sign. Do you think that's a good sign?
Maybe she just really had to use the bathroom.
In the middle of a service situation? I do not know. After what seemed like an interminable period of time, the blue elephant-like nurse comes galumphing around the corner again and says,
The doctor will be with you shortly. Please have a seat over there. And
she, you presume it's a she, points to the stasis pod where Dubaka lies.
Is that a patient?
Well, he's not a corpse, sweetheart. Not yet. And we'd like to prevent that if it's at all possible.
Oh dear, oh dear.
She wanders over with a spray bottle and starts spraying some stuff on that. Dr. Jotano doesn't make any sort of move, but she's got this look on her face like, oh, gods protect me. So as soon as the nurse goes back to sitting behind the desk and glaring the hairy stink eye on the stasis pod, Jotano leans over and says, "Disinfectant." And she sort of puts a gloved finger on where there's still some residue, sort of puts it under her helmet a little, sniffs at it. Cherry.
So how well do you know this doctor?
I went to school with him for the entirety of my medical scholastic career. I know him very well. I couldn't have known him better if I'd have dated him, and before you ask, no, I didn't.
What kind of response are we likely to get?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't know. But we're not here because he's the best or the safest bet. We're here because he's the only bet, because I don't know anyone else who can do this work. So he may be a shite, but we'll have to deal with him if we can. And as if on cue, the fellow emerges from around the corner. He's tall, and he's well built, too. In any other setting, you might have mistaken him for an athlete of some kind. He moves with he moves with some easy grace. As a Mando who's been, as part of your cultural heritage, at least made roughly familiar with what people look like when they're ready for a fight. This guy looks like, if pushed to it, he could give as well as he got. Tissa? Is that you? Under that armor? Tissa does something you've never seen her do, well, very rarely seen her do outside of the ship. She removes her helmet. And she sort of... So I guess she suddenly figures that she shouldn't have done that, because removing her helmet displays a number of her facial and neck scars that she's suddenly very self-conscious about. Hello, Lindemann. By the gods and fathers, what happened to you, girl? She turns her head so that she's not facing him with her burnt sides. I'm not here for me. I'm here for a friend. Lindemann reluctantly lets her go. You get the feeling that while the two of them may not have dated, it probably would have suited the doctor had they been. But the doctor now turns his clinical attention to Dubaka's capsule. He checks the readouts, double checks them, asks the nurse to go and get a couple of his mobile heavy-duty computers. And he also gets a droid out, a 2-1B droid. An older model, but very sturdy. Also very competent. He talks to the 2-1B for a little while and checks some of the numbers. Looks over at all of you and says, so, I have good news and I have bad news. Which do you want first?
Bad.
It's going to cost you. Lindemann, how much is it going to cost? Well, he needs a number of extremely complicated genetic therapies. This thing has compromised the very basic building blocks of his cellular structure, and those alone are 15,000. I won't charge for my personal time, and I won't charge for the overhead. But there are a couple of utilities I'm a little bit behind on. So it's going to round out to about 20. And everybody looks at each other for a minute.
No, I squarely look at Kevin.
Kevin sort of motions you all out of Dr. Lindemann's earshot as he looks over and says, "Y'all give us a minute, would you? We got to talk to each other. We'll be right back. Don't go no place." We don't have it. We ain't got it.
What happened to the payoff that we got?
What's that?
What happened to the payoff from the stock shares?
We blew it. The ship wasn't free. They simply agreed to make it, which for the Verpine is no small feat. The Verpine don't build ships for anybody. The fact that they were willing to make us a ship didn't waive the cost of the ship. I didn't say anything because the price they wanted was pretty cheap. It was about 1 million credits, and then we blew through another 500,000, setting everybody up and giving everybody a share of stuff. The rest of it is currently sitting in a bank that we can't touch just yet. We don't have it. Let me give him the bad news. Marrow turns around and says, "Yeah, we're a little cash light right now. Maybe there's something you'd take in trade?" Something I'd take in trade? I don't know. What did you have in mind? Well, I don't know. What did y'all have in mind? The doctor steps forward towards you, Bevan, and takes a look. He sort of looks you up and down.
I am in full armor.
And he looks at your forearm. That's not a standard computer, is it? You've done some things with that, haven't you?
Yeah.
You're pretty good with computers, aren't you?
Fair.
How good? No bullshit.
Computers speak to me. I haven't tested myself against the worst of it.
Well, that'll do. Look, I treat aliens here. As a matter of fact, I treat almost exclusively aliens. It's been a long time since I've treated a human for anything. The Empire doesn't like that. Palpatine's people, his imperial bureaucracy, are constantly trying to shut me down. I know when and where I'm not wanted, and eventually I'm going to move my practice off planet. But I need about 1.5 years of steady operation, unbothered by anybody, in order to make enough scratch to get off planet. But the problem is that recently a number of my very important licenses came up for renewal. And the imperial bureaucracy, they haven't come right out and said they're not going to renew me. What they've done is they've essentially asked for a series of documents that, up until recently, under Republic and even imperial law, I wasn't required to keep for longer than 7 years. They're asking for those documents to be 10 years backdated. I don't have 3 years worth of documents. I need 3 years worth of documents or I can't get those licenses.
Okay.
You cook those documents up for me, I'll treat your friend. No extra, no nothing. I'll just treat your friend.
Show me what you need, and I'll start working on it.
In the meantime, why don't I put you and your friend in a patient room? We'll shuffle the bed out of the way so that we've got room for the stasis capsule. There's a couple of day beds there, so those of you that are maybe a little tired can stretch your legs out or whatever, or not. It's up to you. I'll have some refreshments brought to you while I show your friend what I need. So the doctor takes you up a floor. Turns out he's got 2 floors of this place, not just one. He takes you up a floor, and the entire back end of this one floor is nothing but document archive. Yeah, if it's one thing the Empire did, one of the few things the Empire did was simplify and streamline a lot of the bureaucratic processes. And you can tell because, oh my, by the sons of Mandalore, does this guy got documentation from floor to ceiling? It looks like he's got documentation goes back 50 years, never mind 7. You can't possibly imagine how he wouldn't possess a piece of documentation that the Empire wants. But it turns out that he does indeed. It doesn't take you long to figure out the kind of things they're looking for. They're looking for specifically stamped applications. They're looking for, if, for instance, if you need a variance or if you need a special dispensation to do this or that, you've got to get that special dispensation stamped by, you know, this dude or that dude. Now, creating those documents isn't going to be that big a deal. I mean, you could probably program that stuff in your sleep. The problem, unfortunately, is that each Republic document that goes through the old Coruscanti Republic Ministry of the Interior or Ministry of the Municipality has a particular document stamp on it, a sort of a combination of a UPC code and a semi-active code interface, like a tiny applet sealed into the paper.
Mm.
Most of what the tiny applet does is insignificant, but the biggest thing that's going to be a problem from your point of view comes from the fact that each and every one of these data seals is numbered sequentially. So essentially what you're going to have to do is not try to fake a batch of numbers that you don't think anybody will be looking for at any given time, but rather to create an instantaneously functioning app which will co-opt the reader into thinking that it has the number, even if you haven't provided it with a number at all. And you're going to have to do this for an awful lot of documents, but the good news is if you get the piece of code written properly, it's just a question of maybe getting an R2 unit down here to just stamp everything with the code and the proper applet that's been sealed into it. Hang on a sec. Either way, this is probably going to be some of the toughest programming you've ever done. Did you freeze? I think you froze.
Can you still hear us?
Just getting really slow camera response. And the audio is not too shit hot either. There, I think you're back to normal again.
Okay.
There we go. So did you hear that last part?
Yeah.
Cool.
So I grabbed the specs that I need to make the actual documents themselves.
Can you
jot down some notes on the
right?
and then let him know that I have to go and find somewhere else to do this.
Gotcha.
So I'll then let Kevin and Jotana know that I will be gone until I get back.
All right.
Thumbs up, I will let them know.
Fair enough. Meanwhile, back in the poker place, poker place. Dan, did you get the email I sent you? Lag. There you are.
Damn it! Now I've got the South Park version of Poker Face going through my head. Damn you, Cartman!
Anyways, back at the poker citadel of Conda the Hut.
I suppose it's the next one.
Yep. You're currently sitting in a hot tub. Great big hot tub.
Yeah.
Because it's good to be a high roller.
It is.
Getting comped for everything. Everything from the noodle bar to the hot and cold running massages. Yeah, you probably should never try the noodle bar at a Huts casino. I'm just saying. You guys are really laggy, so I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can reboot here. Oh wait, I don't get the option to reboot. Huh. Interesting. Oh wow, you guys are laggy.
We aren't moving very much.
No. Yeah.
Oh great. I can't see you guys at all.
Can you at least still hear us?
Oh yeah, I can still hear you, but I've gone and done something.
Video's nice, but not necessarily crucial.
That's true. It's a lot easier to watch though. Okay, so come on.
Looks like it's brightening up out there.
Well, that's weird. That's really weird.
So what is it that is so very weird, guys?
Well, suddenly I've lost the camera view.
Maybe it killed it for connection issues.
Well, that's possible. It's just easier to do this when I can see you. Very well then. So, come on, it worked a minute ago.
Growing pains of a new technology.
Could you just shut her down and start a new session? Or?
Oh, I don't want to do that. Lord knows.
It'll kill the event.
It's enough of a pain in the ass to get this one to work.
Mm.
Huh.
All right, so I got the Sabac rules.
Right. Oh, there we go.
They're really weird. Cards change. It's probably what the manipulator does underneath the table is changing cards to be what you want them to be, given the game type.
You can always freeze cards though, can't you? I remember for
Yeah, that's what a zone on the table is for, and one of the methods for cheating involves you being able to slip since they're essentially a bit like this, except a whole lot thinner, slipping your own card into your hand that changes as you want it to be.
That's really weird.
It might be just Google Hangouts being ornery too.
There you go.
Hey. Huzzah.
I know you're gonna sort it out. Still don't get it on mine. There you are. So what's going on? Oh, this is ridiculous. Oh, that's weird. Okay. So, meanwhile, in the at the Pleasure Palace, you've been enjoying yourself, getting ready for the Sabak tournament.
Getting myself mentally prepared.
Yes. That being the case, is there any last-minute preparations that you want to do before you descend to hit the tables?
No, he's kind of done all he can at this point. He has things he can do later on, but he doesn't want to get things heated just yet. He wants to see what the lay of the land is first, as far as the tournament is concerned.
Fair enough.
And he
That
may
works.
be slightly survivalist early on, just to see what's going on, just to have enough time to gather enough information.
That's cool. Eventually, however, the tournament does begin. Now, the minute that you discovered that there were machines tacked onto the bottoms of these tables was the minute that you came to understand that the game is rigged for somebody.
Yeah.
So the question is now, how do you want to proceed knowing that?
What Salem is going to do is he's going to start analyzing betting patterns based on. Well, the problem is, see, this is what the survivalist mentality leads into. Is he's going to wait long enough so he has an idea of how everyone is playing, whether or not they're playing well or whether they're playing badly. And if they're playing well, whether their betting lines make sense in certain situations, to suss out. This is actually how in real life online cheaters figured out real life online poker players figured out that poker sites were fleecing their own players. Analyzing betting patterns based on whether or not they have perfect information or whether they're playing hand ranges or whatever. This sounds really, really complicated, and I'm sorry, but I'm drawing on my own knowledge. But it's something Salem would know about. And if they're bad, whether or not they're getting hit in the face with the deck.
Getting hit in the face with the deck?
That means they're running really well. I'm also going to ask Vanny and well, particularly Vanny, to see if anyone is having a particularly good run of luck early on. But he has a feeling if they're going to be smart about this, they'll wait until later on to spring the trap. Anyway, you'll be analyzing betting patterns mostly at the table. And basing that on whether or not they're a good or bad player.
So the long and the short of it is that you're trying to discover the cheat's identity by discovering who's betting big. Is that what you're telling me?
Sort of. It's to make it simple, yes. Let's just say it, keep it at that. Because I could explain things to you, but it would just get complicated and convoluted. And I'd have to go into a long seminar about poker garbage. Anyway,
Right.
And I expect the form of support, those tactics.
yes, exactly.
Dan?
Yeah.
Could you give an overview, according to the rules you got, as to how the Sabak game works?
Okay. So, as per the rules in the book, the first thing you do is you agree on the amount pot. You create your pool for the game based on your cool. Then your cool is what will determine the pool. So,
okay,
whatever your cool dice are.
Right.
Then the GM will determine the difficulty of the game and the skill of the opponents. If multiple PCs are playing against one another or against minor NPCs, the difficulty should be a set value. If the PCs are playing against a skilled NPC or at least one important to the plot, the difficulty should be set by the NPC's skill as per the rules for an opposed check.
Based on those rules, I have a tournament format that would make this really easy.
Yeah.
It's called a shootout. Basically, what happens is you have, let's say there's 81 people in the tournament.
Right.
9 people on 9 tables.
Right.
9 people each table, and they each play down to one person, and then all those 9 people get amalgamated into a final table. So you're always playing against the same people for the dice roll. So you're not like moving tables and all this garbage, and it doesn't get convoluted.
Is there a way for? I don't know if this works in poker, but is there a way for somebody like playing a game straight to be able to beat somebody who's rigging a game?
I don't know, under these circumstances, I would say
Probably not. It would be really hard. Basically, if Salem knew the game was rigged, he would be getting the chips in as quickly as possible, so there's as much variance as possible.
Right.
He would never be making plays on the river because for the fear that because there's absolute knowledge, or once play gets, I'm talking in poker terms. I don't actually know how this is the raw rules of Sadoc are played.
It's all right. Neither do they.
So I'm just relating it to poker, particularly Hold'em, or even like stud. Like if you get down to 7th Street and stud, or 5th Street and 5-card stud, you'd never be betting on the final card in the final action a lot of money, because you know that whoever's cheating has absolute information.
Right.
So he would instead be putting his money in before absolute information had been revealed, once all the cards have been dealt out.
Okay.
That's the only way you can phase this, mitigate the damage. But at a certain point, you're basically just screwed. If they can control the cards, if they know exactly what the cards are going to come out, if they know, particularly in a game like Sadoc, where you have such a large amount of card manipulation, as far as like things changing and stuff.
Yeah.
It would be really, really difficult for someone to win against someone who's cheating.
Right.
They would have to be one of the luckiest players alive.
No, there are additional rules. We're not finished yet.
Okay.
So each character rolls their check, leaving the results. Then you roll a single force die to illustrate the shifting nature of the card's signs. For each dark side point, 1 success and 1 advantage are converted into 1 failure and 1 disadvantage. Conversely, each light side point changes 1 failure and 1 disadvantage into 1 success and 1 advantage, respectively.
So if I roll an advantage and a success, there's a dark side on the force die, it's now a failure and a. What happens if I roll nothing? Does it just go?
The force die will always show something.
Okay. No,
if you have nothing, there's nothing to change. All it does is it changes one to the other. Okay. Now, to cheat, characters can use deception, computers, or skullduggery instead of cool, depending on the specific means of cheating. If the character decides to cheat, they must upgrade the difficulty of the check once.
I have a plan.
If the check generates a despair, no matter the remaining results, the character is caught cheating, and consequences that there may ensue. If a PC succeeds on his check, he wins back his wager. Failure means he loses it. Additional successes wins an additional wager's worth. A triumph allows him to reveal a positive or negative 23 and win the entire Sadoc pot. The round ends.
So this sounds like we're playing each hand. That would
That's
take a long
what
time.
these rules are for.
Yeah.
Is it's not meant for it's meant for individual hands.
But that does mean I can use my deception in this game. Which, considering what I'm up against.
Well, remember, your difficulty is upgraded by 1. You will have a red die in there somewhere. And if it comes up as despair, doesn't matter if you have a triumph that cancels it out. If you have a despair, you are caught.
That's a price I'm going to have, or a chance I'm going to have to take, considering the.
Did you not downgrade it though with a Destiny?
It's true.
We only have 5.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Does it help your plans? I need to know that Vanny has a deception of 2 and a skullduggery of 1 and a cool of 2.
Well, yes, that would definitely help because that means I can use you as a willing patsy.
Huh.
So yeah, you can discuss strategy and find out that Vanny actually
Does know a thing or two about
about Sabak.
Sabak.
In fact, she's
Oh.
played a bunch of stuff because one of her cousins runs what amounts to a small gambling den.
And it also says when playing multiple PCs, treat the roles as competitive, where the player with the most successes wins. In the case that no PC succeeds, the pot rides to the next round of betting. And there are a bunch of stuff you can do with your successes and failures and despairs. So advantages, 1 advantage, you 1 strain as one of the cards unexpectedly flips to something useful. 2 advantages, you can add a boost to the next check as he succeeds bluffing his opponents. 3 advantages, the character figures out an opponent's tells and downgrades the difficulty of his next check once. A triumph, reveal a positive, negative, or natural 23 and win the entire Sabak pot as determined by the GM. Disadvantage, 1 disadvantage, suffer 1 strain as one of the cards unexpectedly flips to something detrimental. 2, add a setback to the next check as you fail as you fall for an opponent's bluff. 3, lack of focus and serious bad hand shatters the character's concentration for the moment. He upgrades the difficulty of the next check by 1. And a despair, the character's caught cheating. If he's not cheating, the despair means he bombs out, runs out of chips, and can no longer play in the game. At the GM's discretion, he may be able to amass another stake and buy in later.
But not in this case because it's a tournament. Unless there's rebuys. But that doesn't sound like what Gus wanted.
It doesn't sound like it to me.
No, this is a tournament, not a generic table. Like people.
Well,
people can't just sit up and leave and all that.
There are tournaments with re-entry rules.
Yeah, but I think
this doesn't sound like the kind of tournament that.
What I'm saying is that those rules seem to be sort of like just a generic table where people can come and go.
Walk into a bar.
This is a cash game or like a ring game rather than a tournament.
Yeah.
Walk into a bar, sit down at the table, pull out your money, lose your money, get out, leave. Come back with some more.
Go to the ATM, pick someone, and come back and whatever.
Go find the scary guy in the corner, get staked.
Sell your soul to a little shark.
But the reason why I said shootout is because you have more control over who I'm playing against, because I'll always be playing against the same people until the table is down to 1 person, and then unless it's a really small tournament, it's only 1 table. That could be it too. If it's a high.
Well, it's a small tournament, but it's a big table.
Okay, so there's like 10, 12, 15 people at the same table.
Yeah.
Okay. That would work. That would work well.
You could re-explain it as it wasn't not exactly an invite only, but there were only a certain number of spots available, and you happened to get one.
Well, my identity was such that he had the spot, and was subsequently killed off, so I could have the spot. Anyway.
Yep.
Just I know in shootout tournaments, there's usually a bounty for every person you knock out. Shootout tournaments.
necessarily. Actually, I don't think I've ever. Well, I play a lot of online. I've never seen a lot of live stuff.
No, I've played a lot of online too, and typically in shootout styles like what you're describing, you get a bounty for somebody.
I've
for
never
knocking
seen a
somebody out.
knockout shootout
Really?
tournament online.
I have. I played on Poker Stars and I've seen those kinds of tournaments.
Really?
Yep.
I played professionally on Poker Stars for 5 years.
I've seen it. But you know, it's whoever knocks the person out, like whoever busts it
That's a
out.
bounty tournament. That's a knockout tournament. That's
Yeah.
different. A shootout is where each table collapses down to one and then gets moved on.
Okay.
That's different. They're two different things.
Fair enough.
So so it's a big table of 15 people. What is the prize structure, by the way? You said there was a different prize structure.
Yes, there are consolation prizes of essentially a loot bag with some swag. You know, the kind of stuff that, you know, real players would go, yeah, whatever. That sort of proved I was here, but not, you know. There's like a Conda the Hut bauble doll, and you know, a couple of other little things, a sticker that you can stick on whatever you can stick things on, and that sort of thing. Third prize is something like third prize is a lifetime membership to a particularly prestigious health spa. Second prize is it's an objet dart of some kind. It's a statuette. It's very beautiful, but it's an objet dart, so its value depends on what somebody else is willing to pay for it.
Right.
And then the first prize is the shield, which you're beginning to think is also being considered as an objet dart.
Yes.
So
It seems like a collector's item. I think we've dealt with everything.
Let the games begin.
But if I'm going to counteract whoever's cheating, I have to cheat myself. And hope I hope either they get caught first, or which they probably won't because it's an inside job, or
Either that or flip the table.
yeah. See that?
Well, we already said that when it gets right up to having that last thing on, that's when you can make whatever big move.
But if it's going to be flipping,
I would,
table's pretty big.
my I don't know. My opinion is that chances are they won't be using that machine unless absolutely necessary,
Yeah.
or until it's down to the last two.
Yeah.
You know, they're not going to be doing it every hand.
No.
Oh, look, it's a tournament, and Billy wins every single hand.
I think at the very beginning, whoever it is just going to be playing normally.
whatever's going on, I'm screwed. Thank God for the audio. Something weird's going on. Because I can see you guys if I look through. If I look through the taken over computer, I can see you guys fine.
Yeah.
But I can't see you in my part of the Hangout. So God only knows what's going on for that. What the hell? The hell with it. Pay him his money. But but okay, so you're all set.
Yeah.
What's your backup plan to get the shield?
Well, there's always scathing tirade.
And if you flip the table, I have the fancy coat with the pockets. How big is the shield, actually?
It's a big shield. It's a big footman's shield.
It's not
So
much or anything. Yes, it's a shield. It's this big. It's nice and it's pretty. No, it's a big shield.
Yeah, it's probably about the size of a kite.
Right. So the code only deals with things up to about 2 encumbrance. So I'd say the shield is just a little too big for the code.
You strap it on your back, maybe, but that's about it.
Yeah. Put it on your back and then put your coat back on.
But that's
Right.
going to show.
Nope, nothing to see here. Just on its back.
Well,
Somebody goes to slap his, hey, how you doing? Ah!
all right, so you're gonna somebody gets it. You're gonna do scathing tirade. You should be ashamed of yourself for having won that thing fair and square in a tournament. What's wrong with you? I don't know if that's gonna work, buddy.
To be fair, Salem is fairly certain that if he gets down to the final 2, he knows exactly who's cheating.
Right.
It's going to be painfully obvious because it's the only other person left. We don't necessarily know that it's an inside job either.
Actually, I know what you can do.
What?
what?
It'd be really hard to do that. That's the problem.
First, tell us.
We don't have a device to do it. That's the problem. I was thinking of take pictures of everyone in the tournament, bring them back to the ship, and figure out who they all are. For real.
And if necessary, follow and hit them later.
Or realize that they're in cahoots with whoever's in the casino and point them out. Or, that kind of thing.
I think you're kind of stuck on time lapse or time right here. Like that would take a lot of effort.
Depends on how long the.
Either that or you want to get a device that will short out the cheater,
Yeah, that's true too.
interfere with the box. That way you have to play an oh my god real game.
That would actually be the smarter plan.
Yeah, that's true too.
And what would be even better is that you don't even turn it on right away.
You wait till
the very end
heads
and
up, and then you play straight up against them or cheat against them because I probably did a little better. And then set off the jamming device. But that means we need a jamming device.
That's what a destiny point is for. You can rewrite the past.
This is true. We can say, "Hey,
Say, it sure would be nice if we'd remembered that jamming device.
Oh, look!
Oh, you actually wanted one?
I was sitting on one all this time.
Remember, my cousin runs a gaming place, and I sometimes help him.
That's right.
good."
That's right. And sometimes sometimes he finds these gaming devices, these jammers. He doesn't use them. Who says he uses them? Who tells such lies? Dirty lies. Filthy lies.
When it gets down to heads up, only then start using it.
Do we have
So
approval?
Do we
to
have a
rewrite it?
sanction to use the destiny point?
I would like to sanction the use of the Destiny point.
Well, Gus has got a sanction the use of the destiny point.
I will sanction the use of the destiny point for such purpose.
Done.
Excellent.
Nonsense. He says.
Now we're cooking with gas.
It can't be done. Can't be done. It's technical. It's technical.
Now-
There's something in Star Wars.
Yellow cake.
Whatever the thermal detonators are made out of. I was just reading it.
That's right. How to unfix a Sabak table. Thermal detonator.
On top of it going, everybody heads down. It explodes and nobody gets hurt.
Everybody's in separate. Yeah.
Those things are deadly, though. I was just looking about.
If they hit.
If they hit, it's true.
Yeah, I don't have any skill in it. I only have one die, and I said failed my roll. Well, it explodes. There goes $1,000, and nobody's hurt.
No, you take full damage from it if you fail.
No, that was if you despair.
I'm pretty sure it said just fail. Could be wrong, but although I think it also says you can make an athletics check to get out of the blast range, or a check to get out of the blast range. So I would assume it would be athletics.
if it's a despair, it's going to have the circle around it.
Oh.
Then it detonator explodes prematurely. Wheeler takes full damage to the weapon. Unless you can
No, I know. It's just... Anyways, game on.
spread for Gustin.
Oh, is he?
Biding the time. It's thermite
Did he go
bearing.
away for Zoom? Is that what happened? I guess he did.
What's that?
Never mind.
What did you say?
It's thermite bearing.
Just wondering if you were
That's the-
away for a second, and you are.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I was just coughing.
Oh, I see.
No.
One detonator can level a building unless you miss. No damage.
So what shall the first check be? I wonder.
It'd be a cool check.
You're gonna make a. You're gonna sit down at the table and activate the. You're gonna activate the scrambler.
Not yet.
The motherfucking trace bust. The motherfucking trace.
Well, the other thing is, if he knocks out a bunch of people, that paves the way for me to. While he has all their chips and probably has a chip advantage on me, paves the way for me to be down to the final two.
Oh.
And he won't notice suddenly going, "Oh God, I can't cheat anymore."
Yeah, if you set it off too early, he'll panic.
I'm doing phenomenally well. And now I'm losing my pants.
The only thing is just avoid getting caught up in any big pots. That's just a simple strategy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you sit down at the table, and there are 12 participants. Cards are dealt out to each one, and you spend the first minute or so staring at each other, trying to determine each other's weak spots and tells. Various races too, which makes it kind of difficult in some cases to figure it out. Some of these races have body language that's so alien to human body language that in many ways, unless you're well versed and familiar with these races, you don't know the difference between them frowning at you and smiling at you.
To be fair, the same thing is true for human reactions. Most tells are actually very hard to read. You're looking for very, very specific things, and even then, it's very dicey. Tells are
Right.
very hard to use.
Tells are what?
Very hard to use properly.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Unless you're very practiced in them, you're not likely to be very successful with them. Anyway, that's
Or
a
your
different matter.
opponents are very bad.
What's that?
Or your opponents are very bad.
Oh, they're very bad.
Which
Which
when they pick up their hand, they go.
Jeff Walls is like that. Played poker with him a couple of times. And you just oh my God, literally just over the top.
That's funny.
Oh, playing poker with Jeff is hilarious. He can't control himself either. Like he just.
So what is the little chart in the Sons of Fortune book say that a standard difficulty is for a Sabak check?
Doesn't.
So it's always considered to be a
Difficulty of the game. The difficulty of the check is based on the difficulty of the game and the skill of the opponents.
so ST discretion.
Okay. Well, why don't we run it then as an opposed check? We'll essentially mirror Jesse's stats, and we'll run them opposed. So what check are we doing here?
Cool check.
Unless you're cheating.
Unless I'm cheating. And I think I am.
On the first hand?
Well,
Well,
yeah, I better not. You're right. I'll just do a cool check.
So whatever you got.
What's your pool size?
Is my cool?
Okay, what's your pool size?
1 yellow and 1 green for cool.
Okay.
Is there any possibility of Annie giving him a bonus die because she knows the game pretty well and has a cool of 2?
Not going.
I'm not sure.
The problem with that is that's collusion.
That's cheating.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, if you get caught doing that, you're both going to end up bounced out on your head or worse.
We had a discussion before the game and said, hey, let's brush up on our sabac skills and do some research together and figure this shit out and we'll try and remember what our odds and outs are and all that garbage.
I don't think it's going to amount to a bonus die, though.
If it's an opposed check, Jess is going to be the only one rolling.
Fair enough.
So, your opponent's check is 1 triumph and 1 success.
If you're doing an opposed check,
Yeah.
guess he's the only one that rolls.
Oh, well, good thing you didn't roll that then, isn't it?
So what am I? I'm rolling my cool plus the bonus die from sleeping against.
Against the negative of your cool.
Yeah, so it's 1 red and 1 purple then.
That's the way the opposed checks work. Is
Okay.
You're the only one that rolls it. But the difficulty against you is whatever the other person's skill is.
1 failure, 2 advantages. That's
Well.
Yeah.
You lost that hand. But
Oh.
you got a better idea of who was cheating. You narrowed it down to a couple of people.
With the 2 advantages, you can give yourself an additional boost die.
I would do so.
For that roll.
So do Morgan?
Well,
What is it? Next hand.
until you're knocked out or until you win.
1 failure, 3 advantages. I'm playing tight and losing the minimum.
Well,
So you can either use the 2 advantages to give yourself another boost die, or you can downgrade your difficulty by 1.
I'm going to downgrade my difficulty by 1 because I don't like despair.
Not fun.
Rolling again. Rolling number 3. 1 triumph, 1 failure, 2 advantages. I have no idea what that means.
It means the triumph success was canceled out, but not the triumph itself.
Oh,
So
I see.
the effect of the triumph can still go.
Right.
But the 2 advantages for the chart they have here, it really would have no, because you didn't win.
Yeah.
The effect of the triumph is you win the whole pot. So I don't know what other effect. Normally,
Well,
you can
So in this case, I can say the triumph negates the failure.
no, that's already factored in.
Yeah.
So if you get a failure and
Yeah.
a triumph, it means that the successes have been
Negated.
negated down to 1 failure.
But I can use the triumph still.
The triumph, the fact that it is a triumph, you can use. The fact that it is a success, you cannot use.
No, I realize that. But what's the table for triumphs in this case? I win the pot. So I
Yes.
was technically, now I'm successful again.
That would be up to the game master to see whether he'd be okay with that.
I'll give you a choice. You can win the hand, or I can tell you who the cheater is.
You can tell me who the cheater is.
That goddamn Rhodian. You
Knew
knew
it.
it was him. Whatever his name is, Pincus or whatever the hell his name is.
On the next break, is there? I assume there's some sort of schedule structure. We don't just play till we're done. There's going to be like
Yeah, you don't play till you're dead because then the high rollers piss and moan that they weren't allowed to go somewhere and piss and moan.
What I'm going to do on break is go to you privately and say, could you go back to the ship and figure out who this person is and who his associates are for me, please? That would be great. Try your best. I don't know. I don't know if that's part of your skill set, but you're all I got right now.
Problem is, how is she going to communicate that back to you?
I think you really care. We can go find them when we're done.
Exactly.
There's that too.
Although
All right.
Probably want to give him that scrambler device.
Yeah, that's true.
And yeah, I'll pass you that if you're gonna send me off to do research.
Send it back to your small earplug communicator, which you tap thoughtfully during the game as you listen.
I can never understand that Goldfinger where he's literally like doing this while he's playing cards. It's like, what? Nobody noticed? What?
With a giant earwig, holding his ear. No, this is my radio. I listen to the tweets.
Right. Well, and I guess it's off to the ship to figure out how to do research.
Find out who he is and get him.
Well, let's see what you might be able to use here. Okay.
How many losses can I incur before? Do I just have to roll this? No.
Keep rolling until this tells you to stop.
Okay.
Pretty much. It's because this is a hand by hand. So generally, it would be like, okay, I have $10,000. Okay, so I put 100 in the pot. Okay, I've lost 3 times now. I only have 700 left. So when your money runs out,
Vanny, do you do you have any underworld?
It's very have underworld.
I'm not awake.
Yes, no.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's make a test against your underworld. Let's say 3 purples for your difficulty.
All right.
Okay, so all of my knowledge skills are at 4. I have computers, which apparently is useful for this.
I only got the reduction for the one.
And you said
Yeah,
one
like with the
purple
exception of the
or 2
additional bonus
purple?
boost, which he's giving me for the whole thing. Those
3
other-
purple.
3. Okay.
Yes. I just love talk the talk. Because I don't have to put points into anything but Underworld.
Okay. And this is what I got.
1 success. One success. Sorry.
Well, how surprised are you to have discovered a criminal record with this guy's name, his real name, and one of his aliases being what he introduced himself to you as, and his list of known associates is Conda the Hut.
So
I'd say they're probably surprising at all.
Well, yes, but if he's rig his own game.
Yeah, making money off of it. We had $10,000 off of it. 10,000 credits off of it.
And then get the shield back.
Or if he doesn't particularly care it for his buddy who happens to want the shield and he makes a little profit.
That's 100,000 credits. So it's not a bad take.
Well, 111. 110.
Yeah, the only way to counteract a cheater is to expose him or destroy his ability to.
That's what the scrambler's for.
Yep. Anyway, I assume break. What's that? Go ahead.
Did you say destroy his goat?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
the goat.
His,
The goat that he
his
said.
cheating goat.
Like the
Fucker.
It's the goat that eats all the cards that you don't want.
I'll give you a goat that eats all the cards.
Did you see the Goat Simulator that's on?
Hmm.
It's available from Xbox Live right now. The Goat Simulator. You play as a goat. You're just wandering like doing shit. I've seen videos of it. It's actually pretty funny.
We all have dinner and what was there? Shady misgivings.
You guys are coming through choppy. So,
Is it okay now?
yeah, I wish I could turn the video down, but oh well.
Applications.
What's that? Yeah, there's some serious lag for some reason. All right. I'm gonna hang you guys up, and we're gonna try reconnecting. Hold on. Let's see if we can't get them back here with a better quality. It's not looking good, but we'll give it a shot.
He's absolutely fascinated by the disease thing you've incurred and wants to study you so that he can do all sorts of crazy things with it.
All right, there we go.
Huzzah!
Yeah.
You have returned. There we go. Now, that should give us a bit of time before the buffers all clog up again.
Actually, that is probably one of the bigger contributors to it, is the fact that the buffer is probably going, and it's probably the
I suspect Google Hangouts was also designed to work on Google Chrome, so next time we'll have to make sure we use Google Chrome to start up the Hangout.
Lord knows it's not unheard of for a software publisher to, write malicious code into their products.
Quite.
So
that being the case, you're pretty sure you know who the cheater is?
Yep.
But the question now is what you intend to do about it. So
well, I can't just expose. Well, I could expose him.
That won't do anything.
I mean, you're taking a 50-50 chance, right? He's either cheating against Conda to see if he can pull the haul,
right?
Or he's cheating for Conda so that Conda doesn't have to give the prize away.
And if he's cheating for Conda and I win, there's a hit on me. And if I expose him, there's probably going to be a hit on me.
Probably.
So I have to hope. I basically have to go with the plan as is, and hope that he's cheating against Conda.
Okay. And then if he wins the shield, which it looks like he might, what do you do then?
Figure out where the shield goes.
Okay. Well, I'll let you consider that a bit more whilst we go back to the lovely clinic. And we put this time it's time for Dan to make roll after roll after roll. Actually, it's not. I'm not going to have you make roll after roll. But the one roll I am going to have you make is going to be probably one of the toughest checks you've ever made. Essentially, you're looking at 3 reds. That's your difficulty is 3 reds. But that's the bad news. The good news is if you get this check, you've taken care of everything. Oh, the video's frozen again.
So we're down to 3.
Down to 3 what?
3 light side
3,
destiny.
yeah, 3 destiny.
So 2 successes, 2 advantages.
It's done. It's done. You've sorted the paperwork out exactly as he wants it, and as far as you can tell, you've done precisely what you need to do to fool the Imperial scanners at least one time into thinking all this paperwork is valid. This is a lot of fucking work for you. This is like an 8-hour job.
Well, I'm essentially holed up in some little shithole.
Star Wars version of Capsule Hotel.
Yeah.
It's a room with a bed and a table. And I'm working on the bed, moved the table over, took the chair, pinned the door so that it can't be broken into. Work until
Right.
we're done, and then leave. Go back.
Okay, so that being the case, when you present the goods to the doctor, he rifles through some of the papers, checks them out, and then he looks at you. Well, he rifles through some of the data tabs. There's very few actual paper. Most of it is just data tablets. And he looks at them and he sort of looks at you and he says, "This is some of the best work I've ever seen. You should have been a surgeon. You'd have been a pretty good one." Well, you held up your end of the bargain. I held up mine. So while you were working, I sent away for the stuff that your friend is going to need by courier. You can come down and have a look as I administer it if you like.
I think we all will probably want to be there.
Meanwhile, Dubaka, you've never fought harder for anything in your life. You throw everything you have, everything you are into this meat grinder. Every cheap move, every dirty trick you know is employed. You carve your way through a small army of these puny clones, leaving their torn, battered, broken bodies on the blood-slick burning grass of your village. The noise of battle is countered only by the pounding pulse in your head and the thunder emanating from your throat. But even through all that din, you hear a single voice, clear and crisp. You turn yet again and see him, your father. He was always so strong. It takes half a dozen clones to grab hold of various parts of him in restraint, forcing him backwards so that an officer, a strutting idiot in gray uniform and armor, can stand behind him and put a blaster to his head. That very sight, the dread bound up in the possibility of what could happen, freezes you in place. At that instant, you would have given up your whole world and every Wookiee in it to save your father's life. But the foolish officer doesn't recognize this chance for what it is, and with an action that seems to last an eternity of sorrow, he pulls the trigger. Things become blurry for you then. You're not sure exactly what happens. The next thing you're clearly aware of is kneeling next to the body of your father, cradling him in your arms, smelling the burnt fur around the blaster wound to his head, smoke from the shot still wafting skyward in a thin wisp. Your eyes close tightly to try and contain the sorrow, the tears, but even as you grieve, you hear his voice again. My son, listen to me. You open your eyes and look into his, and though death has made them milky white, they still regard you. Though your father is dead, there is yet fear in his tone, and he says, beware he in darkness. Beware what once was brightest. Beware the Lord of 501. Your father's cold arm points off in the distance, where you see a wave of white and blue armor advancing without cease. But beyond that wave, you sense more than see. feel more than hear, a presence wreathed in pure shadow, a being whose only proof of existence in this world is the snap hiss of a blood-red lightsaber. The snap hiss of a blood-red lightsaber, and a sound, one sound, like a death rattle. And Dubaka sits bolt upright, like sending medical equipment sprawling all over the floor. You can see his chest just breathing in and out. The heart lung monitor is like just beep 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 beep. It takes you a minute, Dubaka, to realize that you're not in your mind's eye anymore. You're among friends. You're here. And despite being chilled to the very bone and terrified, you're actually feeling pretty good for the shape you're in. There's a doctor here, somebody you've never seen before. He's holding a hypo gun in his hand. He puts the hypo gun very carefully on the tray beside him, and then he steps forward. He takes a small pen light out and shines it in both your eyes. My name is Dr. Sayo. I've been treating you for your illness. I hear your name is Dubaka. Do you remember what day it was when you were put into stasis?
I'd rattle off the day.
Do you remember how old you are?
68.
Do you remember the day? You remember the date of your birth?
I'd rattle that off too.
He points to Bevan and says, "What's his name?"
Toby.
He takes a small triangular plastic hammer, and he tests the underside of your palms, and he tests your knees for reflex, and they work just fine. He has a secondary listen to your heart. Breathe in for me.
We'll do so.
Hold it. Now let go. Just one more.
Right.
Okay. Your friend is a clean bill of health. I suggest you don't put him through anything strenuous for a little while. Maybe take a day off, just relax. But other than that, he's good to go. Congratulations, you survived.
Wait.
Don't thank me too loud, he says as he walks away. He puts an arm around Jotano's shoulders, and he says, "It was good to see you again. But it would probably be a pretty good idea if you guys got out of here, because I'm pretty sure that I have a funny feeling that you didn't bring them here because I was your first choice. Well, I brought them here because you were my only choice, Lindemann. But you're right. We probably shouldn't stay too terribly long. Mr. Bevan, I'd like to thank you again for the work that you've done for me. That's going to help me a great deal. If you ever have an alien that needs some medical treatment, about 1.5 years, look me up. I'll be out there someplace. Now, if you'll excuse me, the nurse will give you some vitamin supplements just to make sure that your body straightens itself out. Okay, Dubaka, and try to get a couple of extra helpings of meat in the next couple of meals. Okay.
Not a problem.
Good luck.
Thank you, Doctor.
He walks out. And Marrow's got this twinkle in his eyes. He looks at the doctor and he looks at Gitano and says, "Yeah, that guy's got such a lovely bedside manner. Why, he's polite and he's solicitous and he cares about how you're doing." And did you notice
practice off Coruscant?
Did you notice, Dubaka, that he didn't throw your medicine at you once? There's the sudden sound of a helmet being reconnected to armor and not another sound. But even as you hear that helmet click in place, you can hear the in the back of your mind. Beware, my son, the Lord of 501. Beware that which was once brightest.
Fucking 501st.
All right, let's go get some churros.
There we go.
Tell me nobody kissed me.
Mhm.
Shawarma. I've never had it before. Let's go.
That's right. The fucking Wookie with shawarma all over his face for. You look like a pigeon shat on a rug. It's hilarious. What's the matter with your Wookie? Oh, you know, he's got a bit of the rabies. I was going to say the herpes, but I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean it. Wookie. Wookie herpes. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Stop that!
Chewbacca, pit fighter and part-time gigolo.
Rawr, 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 rawr.
Dun, 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 chicka, wow, wow.
And for those who like it rough.
Hey, I hear them Trandoshans like a little rough trade. I don't think they'd pay for your kind of action, though. Just saying.
Nah. They'd have to kill them, really. Like,
I think Chewbacca would be more about fucking him in the other way.
taking his head clean off with a Virax? Yeah.
Or, you know, hey, look, cycle the airlock. Bye-bye. Oh,
Yeah, Wookiees and Trandoshans just
but you could if you just hugged it out.
Okay, when they stop enslaving my people, we'll talk.
Plus, they smell bad. Everybody knows this.
Yeah. Ugly.
I forgot to roll with the force die. Are we supposed to be rolling, or are we just doing the contest?
I would have figured because of the cheating, there would be a lot less chance.
Okay.
So once you throw the scrambler on, yeah, you're probably going to want to do the force dice too.
His eyes under there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need Wallace no more. Wallace has made his point.
What was it? Oh yeah. How big of a crowd is there in the room?
Oh, it's packed. It's packed.
And
it's amazing because you're almost like wondering who is this Conda guy, because like he's got some pretty decent luminaries in there.
yeah, but Conda hasn't entered the room yet.
Not only that, but the tournament's also being simulcast on like a quarter of the planet. That's some big juice.
Excellent.
What's that, Liam?
I have an audience. Excellent.
That's right. And suddenly he'll turn into a ham, eh?
I want Conda to be in the room before I make my move.
Oh, Mr. Conda, you should see underneath the table what is here. Let us look and see it.
With the tape, no.
Difficult though. It's a table that fits 12.
That's right. So I see him trying to flip the table that sits 12. Gets a hernia.
Will it help me?
And then Doctor
Look under the table.
And maybe all you have to do is bump the table so that the device actually makes contact with somebody and they get all up in arms about it.
In the meantime, Jotano turns around to give him like he goes to Jotano for something for his back, and she's like, "I'm in a little alternate medicine." Wait, no. Aye! Don't pull that out. I need that.
Back problems. Well, we have this device called the rack. It's gonna feel nice and good.
You might maybe feel a little bit of pressure. All right. So you guys get out of there on the Diamond Jack about as fast as you possibly can. The problem is that so you guys are going to basically have to sit there in orbit because the Ruby Queen hasn't gone anywhere.
Did we just jump ahead and finish the tournament, or
What's that?
are we just jumping ahead to finish the tournament, or?
Well, we haven't quite solved the really important stuff.
So is the Ruby Queen actually in orbit, or is it?
No, the Ruby Queen is actually berthed in a very large docking area that's attached to the casino and palace, the stately pleasure dome.
Are we not able to dock with it?
Well, I don't know. Do you guys want to? Because, if like they're trying to if they're trying to get away and all of a sudden it's like, look, there's the Ruby Queen, kaboom, shit. I'm not saying that's going to happen because I only just gave you guys that ship. But, it's up to you. Whatever you guys want to do.
Well, I figure, if things go bad, probably want to leave quickly, and we'd rather actually be inside the ship when it jumps to warp or to hyperspace.
I'd rather not run the Imperial blockade around fucking Coruscant. But that's just
What do you mean you? What do you mean you don't want to run it?
Like I said, there's not a huge, you're not looking at a blockade. This is Coruscant.
Well, yeah,
we
it's a
don't need
hub
to
world.
defend this.
It's a hub world. It's busy traffic. There's lots of people around.
No, Dan's right. The Coruscanti naval fleet is actually not in orbit around Coruscant because the civilian the high-end civilian folks would find it tedious. I mean, don't get me wrong, like 3 minutes and it's there, but it's not there now. So plenty of TIE fighters though, lots of.
Pretty much the whole point is they control who gets close enough to that part, so they theoretically know who's showing up.
Hey, let's go sightseeing. Let's go see the old Jedi temple there.
Let's go.
Just wander around, kick a few stones, whatnot.
Let's get a souvenir.
Go watch that.
It's only been 5 years. There'll be lots of souvenirs lying around.
And I don't know, maybe you could actually, at some point, wander into the regular casino.
Meanwhile, you're standing outside the temple. It's time for you to leave, sir. And so it is.
And so the final nail, if there ever was put in the coffin.
So how are you going to proceed?
I want.
Interesting piece of
I'm-
trivia.
I'm-
That was his son.
I'm making a big assumption that
Padawan that was trying to So the
Kana
actor's
is going to
son-
be
Actually, it was George Lucas.
joining the proceedings at some point.
It was George.
Yes.
Lucas.
But given the amount of prestige around this, I can't see him not showing his face, considering he's a Hutt and he has a giant ego.
That makes perfect sense to me. Especially since in his last few tournaments, he's done exactly that.
So I have to assume he's going to be there at some point. I just have to survive long enough for that to happen.
Yes.
So that he is shamed to his face. In front of
Though it's most likely that he's only going to show up in time to award the prize. Uh-oh. Is that a problem?
You can still scramble the device, and technically you could win.
You could always do the I demand to see Conda right now.
Yeah,
I demand.
or some kind of yeah. In fact, that kind of works anyway.
Well, question is, how many people are left around the table? Like, how many people have been knocked out?
Right now, there's half as many players as there was at the beginning of the tournament.
Okay, because the more players that are around the table, and you know,
Make a scene.
Well,
Yeah.
more are going to jump on him, and it's going to create chaos.
Well, it depends. The more people that have been knocked out that are still watching, and then realize that there's been cheating, they're more likely the ones that are going to jump on things because they're out.
True.
Too.
If people who are out don't leave the room,
They're the most
then
likely to.
you've got your necessary.
You got your makeshift posse.
I was going to say your necessarily motivated audience.
I'm gonna go,
Makeshift posse is good too.
the floor boss, or I guess the tournament director would probably be more pertinent. And I'm going to say to him as we come back from break, I would like to see Conda the Hut, if that would be so.
Ni konda no batu, which basically works out to no, not a chance, buddy.
Okay, scathing tirade.
What does this scathing tirade do?
Scathing tirade. Well, Salem stands back and says, do you know who I am? I'm a player in this game. And I'm a player in real life, too.
It's about that.
Shit who
That's
works here.
That's about that.
What I want you to do right now
That's
is
what
come to the hut, because
That's about that.
you got nothing
She got it.
on me. And you got about 5 seconds before I flip my shit.
Yeah, that's all. Manto utu patizza tuto banto.
And now I have to make
You son of a bitch! I'll fix you. You.
what is it? It's,
Well, you should know. It's your thingy.
hold on, it's on my
Average difficulty coercion check.
Average is what? 2?
2, yeah.
2 purple, you say?
Yep.
Okay.
For each success, one enemy in short range suffers 1 strain. Character may also spend advantages.
You can spend advantages for success.
For one target.
I also have improved scathing tirade, so I get another extra setback die
Rock and roll.
for rounds equal to coercion. So, all right. Which
Does Doofus have to roll anything? I don't think he does he?
no, it's whatever. Is there a difficulty? I
Yes.
assume
2 purple. 2 purple. Average. Yeah, so anybody affected suffers also a setback die on all skill checks for a number of rounds equal to your rank.
Oh, so his advanced scathing tirade means that they suffer 2 instead of 1.
No, they
scathing
suffer
tirade
1
suffers
for the,
strain
they suffer 1 strain
per success.
per success on that turn for the regular tirade, and then
Okay, and then the extra makes him suffer.
one per turn after, based on my coercion, which is 2.
All right.
An extra +1, or no, it's not a strain. It's a setback die each turn for 2 turns, because my coercion is 2.
And you can spend advantages on anybody already affected by it to suffer an additional strain. So you get 1 success and 4 advantages.
Yeah.
That's 5 strain.
So basically, I'm going to make a scene for a little while I roll this.
If there was a problem, yo, I caused it. Check out my man. He's dead in the closet. Say hello, baby.
1 advantage.
How many successes?
2 successes. 1 advantage.
There we go.
So 3 strain.
And he's like,
So he's got 2 extra strain.
Segundo, un topada, un tuco, zampatada, the boo. And
And
he
then,
runs off. That's rough huttish for may your mother and your father made out of season, but I'll do what you want. You are a half a dozen Gamorreans and 2 Weequay, all of them armed to the teeth, follow this guy out as he comes back out to talk to you. And he explains to you in his strange little huttish that Jabba does not go to see you. You go to see Jabba.
Honda.
Honda, him too. Go see the both of the fuckers.
I say in return, the subject matter in which I wish to discuss involves the table and the game. I wish to see him out here. It is very important.
Nantu patoro utuntu papi. You can guess what that means.
I'm going to say, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to show all these people the horrible lout that you are, and you'll probably get fired. It's a terrible, I know, but I'm out of ideas for yelling at a tool like that I can barely understand anyway. Also, your mother's a whore. So I'm gonna roll another.
His response to that is, well, yeah.
I'm gonna roll another.
Why is that?
As soon as you said the whole "your mother's a whore" thing, we make the check.
Your mother's a cheap whore.
You don't even got to spend many shekels to get her services.
2 successes, 2 disadvantages.
Oh, Jesus. Well, the good news is that you got him going. The bad news is when you called his mother a whore, he decided to start a fist fight with you right there. So now here's the problem, okay? This guy doesn't do a lot of fighting. So you know those like slap fights that kids get into sometimes, where they don't, you know, they're not really punching each other. They're just sort of like, and this is how he fights you, and pretty much how you fight him. And then other people get involved, and then a bunch of other people get involved, and then suddenly half the casino is in a brawl. And all you hear is like the sound of a heavy blaster rifle fire. Bo chuda. Everybody gets really quiet, and you've got Doofus in a headlock. You figure it's probably a good idea to let him go.
So shove him aside because I've bigger fish to fry.
You've been wailing on him so good that when you
how's it going, Mr.
you've been wailing on him so good that when you shove him aside, he falls right over unconscious. You're like, wow, all those days watching Dubaka really did do some good.
Rubbing off on me.
Now, if I could only hit something with a blaster. Anyway,
I turn to Conda and say, "Is this the kind of game a hut runs?"
Oh, listen, how do we do intimidation in this game?
Well,
I think it would be a coercion.
Yes, I can do coercion.
I wish the huts had a version of Dragon Fear. Because this hut, who is an adult, is not sessile. He moves on his own. He's big. He's muscular. He's fucking scary to look at. He's got one milky eye. He's got fangs of all friggin' things. And he's just crossed the distance between the opening of the chamber and like your nose inside of a second. And he looks at you and he says in Huttese, he says, throughout the galaxy, Conda the Hutt is known for his hospitality. He is known for the stately pleasure dome that he provides to his guests. But you have come here. Do not interrupt me, or I will have your head nailed to the wall as an example for those who would contravene my munificence.
Is your games known to be flawed to the point of, say, maybe being corrupt, say maybe cheating?
You accuse my games of chance of being rigged? I will skin you alive, and I will feed your pieces to dogs.
And your tournament director is complicit. And so is this Rhodian.
All of a sudden, a man with dark brown skin, brown curly hair, and a thin mustachio. No, Conda. Let's not be hasty. Why don't you let this man over here show us whether or not the game of chance he's talking about has happened to be rigged? Conda looks over at the newcomer. whose opinion he seems to put some stock in. And he looks at you, and he looks over at the newcomer again. Show me this game you're talking about. Nobody moves. Nobody leaves.
It is not just any game. It is your high-stakes tournament. Come this way.
My very tournament, you say, is compromised? If you're lying, I will kill you in ways they will sing about for 1,000 years.
I signal Willa to come over because I'm too dignified to bend over and do it myself in character. And say, if you would be so kind as to retrieve the device.
Yes, sir. With absolute stoicism, she reaches down, turns the table on its side, and you see the device near the stem of the table blinking away happily. And there's a gasp that goes up from the entire room, like a theatrical operatic gasp.
Surely this is
like everybody here is shocked as fuck to see a rigged gaming table in Conda's palace. Shocked as a motherfucker.
I turn to Conda and say, surely you're not complicit in this. You have a reputation to uphold.
My reputation is without peer, without blemish. Who is responsible for this thing? Eventually, that goddamned Rhodian gets found. You. Conda! He drops to his knees. Conda! Lord Conda, please! I always tried to serve in your... Silence! He steps forward and smacks the Rhodian so hard, like Rhodian chiclets go flying all over the place.
Offset of its socket.
Ooh, pretty. And he says, "You."
On the back too hard with their eyes just.
I have tortures aplenty in store for you. You will learn a new meaning of suffering. I will feed you to things that will only partially eat you, and then regurgitate you. Then I will put you in a Bacta tank, and I will feed you to something else. And I will do this repeatedly until you beg me to die. Then I will seek out your entire family, your whole clan, and I will murder them one by one before you. And then, and only then, when your suffering has reached epic proportions, will I permit you to die. And only if you can figure out how to do it yourself, chained to a wall without any teeth. Take him away. No one, Conda roars into the gaming palace. No one fixes Conda the Hutt's games. No one.
Except him.
He walks over.
Cast across the planet, and you can just admit it to murder.
What's that, Dan? What are you saying?
Well, the game is being broadcast across the planet, possibly even to other planets, and he's just now admitted that he's going to torture somebody to death and then murder their entire family.
Yeah, but he's a Hutt, so the Empire doesn't give a shit, right? There's whole planets. There's whole planets full of Hutts that the Empire doesn't care about. Huh. After all, do you think anybody in this casino is an upstanding Imperial citizen?
They all are.
Hell, most of them are aliens, so you already know what Palpatine thinks of them.
I'm surprised
So-
there's no aliens on Coruscant at this point.
Besides, there's probably a whole shit ton of naive people on the nice part of Coruscant who thinks he's just kidding.
He's just mad.
That's right.
He's blown us.
You, because you have discovered the duplicitousness of that which came into my home and did wrong unto me, allow me to shower you with the greatest of honors. He walks over to the shield, picks it up. You take first prize in the tournament.
I accept your proposal, and I thank you for your reasonableness.
No, I thank you.
Wise and honorable.
I thank you for your perseverance in this matter, and I hope that any personal injuries done to you by my imbecile underling will heal quickly. As he sort of slithers away. As he sort of slithers away, he grabs his imbecile underling by a part of his body that was not meant to be grabbed. And he says, "Come along. You and I must have a discussion about your foolishness." there's much crying and wailing and begging to Conda for mercy.
Just like
The dark skinned guy is standing there with his arms with his hands in his pockets, going, well. Looks like you've got an excellent piece of trophy there. I'd be careful though. There was a lot of people that came to this planet looking for that shield. You might not get off this world with it intact.
That would be a shame if I couldn't get off this world.
Of course, if you were to relinquish it for a monetary fee to people who are more experienced in doing that sort of thing, you might trade a hassle in for a tidy sum.
I'm not interested in trading this piece.
He holds his hand out. Good luck. I didn't catch your name.
Tanik, but I'm sure you already know what my name is.
I do. Calrissian. Lando Calrissian. Pleased to meet you. And with that, he's wearing a cape. The silly fucker is wearing a cape. And he's
More styling than I am, motherfucker!
Perhaps not quite as absolutely eye-catchingly brilliant as Jim's coat.
Man is wearing a cape.
Yeah, the Calrissian guy spares a moment to look over at your bejeweled self, spares you a bit of a wink and a sort of a light salute of like finger to forehead as he walks away.
It's a Lando thing to do.
He's got that look on his face like, looking fine, but I don't have time.
Walks up to Izzy, or Vanny, and says, Izzy, well,
Yeah.
I need your help once again.
And what is it this time?
I need to get out of this casino without alerting, anybody.
It'd be kind of hard with that big shiny shield on your arm.
Right.
I was thinking something along the lines of bringing the ship to us.
Yeah. Through the side wall.
That's how to make an exit.
Guess what else is going to be fed to every one of the pets in Conda's collection?
Well, if I have to, I'll cut a hole in the wall, but I was hoping there'd be like a roof or something.
So,
It's birthed
oh,
in
master of this
Oh, yeah,
world,
it's only birthed in
what
some
sort of
giant-
No, it's
of
birthed out of the casino.
architecture
Oh,
does this building have so that we can figure out how best to exit?
Well, I mean, considering how crazy you wanted to be, you could conceivably fly the Diamond Jack right into the friggin' casino. But, you know, that's probably overkill.
we do have the droid set up for the smoke, so maybe that's...
Just
I know!
Ah, I think I have a better idea. This Pleasure Palace probably has an entire web of what amounts to servant passages all through the place.
Yes.
By having paid attention and maybe a few discreet bribes here and there, I can probably nod to one of the servants, and we basically whisk off down one of those corridors once we're out of sight of the main crowd, and we just bypass everybody until we get to the service corridors behind the hangar, out through there, and straight into the ship that I've already sent a message ahead
get her primed.
so that they've got it primed and ready for us
Ooh,
to
here's an idea.
bounce up the...
Where is the drop-off point?
Do the rooms have balconies?
Yeah, but I was thinking...
I'll give you a choice, Vanny.
Yes?
You can either make a check, or you can spend a destiny and have it happen automatically. And have it automatically be known that you know what passage to go down and such.
How are we doing on Destiny?
We have 3.
In which case, I'd say,
Depends on what the check is.
fair enough. What is the check?
It's a vigilance check with 3 purple
I
for
think
the difficulty.
I would, take the Destiny and make a mental note to spend some of my XP on vigilance, as it seems, and then we actually need it.
Being vigilant is vigilant.
Actually, I probably should take some form of vigilance, because that's a big part of being a spook, is being able to wait around
Noticing
for shit.
Seriously.
Yes, I'm sneaking in. I'm breaking into this room. I failed to notice the guy walking down the hallway watching me as I'm breaking into the room. Oops. So,
Okay.
has been spent.
So you hustle yourself down a back service way for God, it's got to be for Ugnaughts or some kind of small people because you've got to spend a lot of time crunched over. But you make it. And you eventually pop out into the Coruscanti sunshine with the Dowager floating happily beside you. Well, in front of you, but beside the building. You jump on.
Yeah.
Vanny makes a beeline for the cockpit.
Yep.
Just about breaks her neck vaulting into the pilot's seat.
Sorry, did you say where the drop-off point was? I think there was some conversation.
Ed de Beck. And you guys take to flight. You want to make an astrogation check, Vanny?
Sure. And this is.
Where do you want to go?
Do we have a destination in mind?
Is everybody on board first? Is the question.
Well, I think you guys are on board, right?
Yeah,
We docked with the ship.
Yeah, we docked the Diamond Jack with the.
Unless Doki's out for a shopping trip.
I want you to make a few false jumps in case we're falling out. I don't want people extrapolating our hyperspace jumps.
All right, so we're going to bounce around several times before heading anywhere serious. So 2 other destinations close by.
Someplace pretty simple for your first false destination, I assume.
Yeah.
All right. Well, a couple of purples should suffice for difficulty.
We have Bupkis. You just shut the hyperdrive off.
All righty then. There's a long, long, tense period of time where you're wondering what's going to happen as you're slowly wending your way out of Coruscant's orbital space, looking to get clear so you can make another clean jump. Try it again, Vanny?
Yeah. Same difficulty or?
Yep, same difficulty.
Did it just only roll the purples?
No, rolled over nothing.
Okay.
Ah, feck. You turn off. You got to turn off the auto shake. That's what I did with mine.
So there's no shake. You just touch the green, and then you can turn it around all you like.
Okay, so I can make my roll now and.
What do you got?
Oh, hey, that looks like a triumph.
That would be a triumph, yes. That would be a
And-
triumph and 2 successes.
And you're gone.
Nobody knows anything.
They got lost in Stardust.
Well, we
So, as the ship is traveling through hyperspace, you can now get up and wander around.
I finally take a long, hard look at the shield to see what it really is.
The pictures didn't do it justice. It's gorgeous. It's got an elaborate structure and construction and craftsmanship to it that is just beyond description.
I'll carry it over to Kevin and say, "What do you make of this?"
and looks at it for a few minutes. That is the shield of Ethelbras.
Well, that I knew.
Well, first of all, it's extremely valuable.
Well, it's the price we paid to keep Tubaka in good health.
It's not just valuable in credits. It's said that whoever possesses this shield becomes rightful heir to the throne of Ethelbras.
How the hell does that make any sense? Because then just all sorts of beings would then have a chance at ruling something like that. You've got to have some other criteria other than possession of an object.
Well,
Fairly
Depends on
the culture always believed that the gods intended certain possessions to be in the hands of those whom they intended certain possessions to be in the hands of. So it was assumed by those who made decisions in that culture that, for instance, if you were in possession of the shield of Ethelbras, that the gods intended you to have it, and as such, the gods intended that you would rule by sitting on the throne of Ethelbras. And if somebody come along and took it from you, the gods intended that too.
do the people of Ithelbras still follow these customs?
Well,
Does it still exist?
Yeah, but I had thought that the planet had been lost
So it's on no known star charts.
after the Great Hyperspace War. I thought the whole Ithil sector had been lost.
The what sector?
The Ithil.
Hang on a sec. I want to check something. Run back and look up a couple of notes from my.
You want to check out some
Pretty much.
some glyphs from the Kava Ankir?
Yeah.
There it is.
Ha.
You got
Lost.
good news? Or you want good news? Or you want bad news?
We'll start with the bad.
No, you want the good news.
That
The
bad.
good news. The good news is that you know exactly where Ithil is.
Uh-huh.
It turns out that Ithil is one of the over 5,000 names had for a planet you know very well, because to you the planet is called Homeworld.
You mean the one that doesn't sit in normal space anymore?
Yep. And having said that, you're now beginning to remember looking at this shield. The shield's not a shield. You wondered why when you first picked it up there were no straps on one side. It's a key. Guess what it's the key to?
It's one of the missing so-called pieces of that device that is the key to us being out of normal space.
Yes. Your friend Salem wants to give the shield of Ithilbras to his former mentor, who is going to do Lord knows what with it.
And honestly, Salem probably has no fucking idea what he could do with it either.
But I know very well that there's a whole bunch of people who've probably been looking for where the heck our secret base is for eons. And now they've apparently.
It is said that the pieces of the great machine are able to find each other, no matter how far removed they are from each other.
Which is all adding up to a very, very nasty answer, in that I don't think I can actually let this piece go to someone else's hands.
Well, while you're thinking about the implications of that, would somebody please put Wallace back on the table?
Done.
Pile drives him into the table. Bwah! Palpatine sits upon his throne in his throne room on one of the tallest towers of Coruscant, looking out into the darkness. A lift door opens behind him and he can hear footsteps. He turns and addresses the darkness. A figure has not yet resolved from it. Welcome, my friend. For the longest time, I have been content to allow the misbegotten child of that Moff Tikkanen to wander around the galaxy, supposedly picking up artifacts to be given to me. But this has never happened. Not in one time has any of these artifacts ever been given to me. Normally, I would simply punish her myself. But in this particular instance, something even greater is at stake. That's why I want you to step in. The Emperor touches a button on his throne, and an enormous hologram is cast upward. The hologram is of the shield of Ithilbras, spinning slowly in all of its beautiful glory. Although, even as a hologram, it cannot do the original image justice. I want you to find this. I want you to find those who hold it. And I want you to destroy them. Do you understand, Lord Vader? Yes, my master. And that's that for the game. 15 experience points for everybody.
XP.
I'm tempted to give Craig extra XP for pooping his pants, but I think he's tough. He can take it.
We still get our 1,000 credits for getting paid.
Yep. Every day you're hustling.
Hustling and bustling. All right. I'm actually going to be spending some XP. I'll get you. I'll send you the updated character sheet.
Okay, Bob.
Okay. Because I've got 60 XP to spend at this point, so there's going to be some big changes.
I got 30 on Legends. Build it into something. I got skills. I probably should buy.
I have none. But now I have 2 force die.
Yay, 2 force die. Yay, force powers. Yay, dark side points, right?
Wrong system.
I'll now be rolling 3 when I roll for Destiny. So it is possible I could come up with something all by myself.
So I had this idea for a short shot game, using the same rules, but essentially you guys are all like very, very special Imperial TIE fighter pilots. Like when I say very special, I mean like you guys might spend like a little bit of the game in a stock TIE, but then they get you out of there as quickly as possible. and then you sort of get to play basically with whatever tie you make for whatever your character is best at. But you'd be part of an Imperial special squad, and the Emperor loves his special squads. He always likes playing with his special squads. So you guys would be like, it would be a lot like Space Above and Beyond. Really, you guys would be like part super infantry, part super pilots. You know, I mean, one of you would like fly a TIE Defender. One of you would like, I don't know, fly a TIE Advanced. One of you would probably like fly a TIE Punisher.
If the missile boats out there.
We need at least one bomber.
Well, if you get a chance, look up the TIE Punisher. It used to be called the TIE Inquisitor, but they changed the name of it. It's essentially a TIE bomber, but you take the cockpit pod, you put it in the center, and then you put 2 ordnance pods stacked one on top of the other to its right, and 2 ordnance pods stacked one on top of the other to its left.
So they just went more is better.
Yeah, pretty much.
I assume they stacked more ion engines on it, and so now it's a small freighter.
I don't know. I'll look up an article for you. Are you bonding with Wallace? Aww.
Hey,
Webcam works.
I've got my Chewbacca at home. He doesn't make it sound though. He's just a plushie. Also good.
Well, I don't mind you bonding with Wallace. Yeah, I think that would be. I think that'd be fun. You know, like not a campaign. Ideally, no more than about 6 sessions. Just let you see the other side. Although, frankly, I would like to run like a Rebels campaign first, just so that we can get used to assuming we ever go that far. I don't know. One game at a time.
I would love to run around in these rules and just be like, yeah, we're a bunch of Sith, and we're gonna murder a bunch of people, and we're evil. And
well, that's what happens if I ever come up with the scratch to get Force and Destiny, the game TM. But ideally, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get the basic game and then get the hardcover, because the basic game always comes with extra stuff. But that's in the future.
But if there's an evil campaign of a system I'd love to do is either dark side
Evil
Force users or
evilness.
you know, my red lightsaber extends into another red lightsaber, and it's extra.
Oh, Jesus. I'm making fun of the red lightsaber. Her. For the lulz. Her.
No, not like that. Not like a hilt. Like one extends into another one. Duh. God. And then they swing around like those bow sticks.
Nunchucks?
Yeah. No. You know those folding staffs? Like that.
It's like a 7.
Oh, you mean like a 3-part staff?
Yeah. Or a 3-part staff.
That would be a little difficult to use if they were lightsabers, because
But I'm
you grab
Sith,
hold of them.
so I just use my Force powers.
Why not just make it like a I mean, they have the Force whips, right?
Oh yeah.
You just make like a lightsaber garrote.
You wouldn't really need to use Sesquipod.
I know.
Just go.
I know. But
It's dumb.
it's just
That's why it's
cool.
great.
Different.
No. What you do is you make the lightsaber garrote, except for the emitters. You have hundreds and hundreds of tiny little emitters that only create a very small. So regularly, it's just a piece of wire. Then when you get it wrapped around, you turn it on. Just
There you go.
right off. There you go. That way you don't have to worry about touching it or
You
anything.
might feel a little pressure.
Done. It'd be like kind of like the Blade 3. Their little arc things.
Oh, the
I
throwing.
don't remember. Blade
No,
Trinity.
essentially it's a little device that's about that big, and they open it up and it looks like a bow, except for there's a beam of light.
Oh,
yeah.
Right.
So something like that, where it's not always active, but when it's active, there's lots of places to hold on instead of the saber part.
Sorry, I saw that movie for the first time like a month ago, and it's already dumb and forgettable. It was good.
But hey,
It was
he did a
entertaining.
suplex.
Yes, that's. I was waiting. Fucking. I was like, he's got to be doing wrestling moves at some fucking point, and I'm hoping it's Ryan Reynolds that he does it too.
Oh. So, one journey has finished. The next is to begin.
Next is to where?
I've got my +1 force die.
Oh, I see.
Next is to go figure something else to do.
Not get murdered by Vader. And not get murdered by
Vader.
my now ex.
Oh, we're just lining up the enemies. We're just piling them right up.
Yeah.
The look on poor Craig's face is just like, oh no, oh no, oh I don't deserve this. I'm a good Wookiee.
I just got a stasis. Leave me alone.
Leave me alone.
Leave Chewbacca alone.